Name game. Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It is I, Trooper SJP, and this is the Academic Foxhole. And it is console Saturday. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I should pull up my notes. Not my notes because I need notes for the game because I'm not taking notes for the game. Although maybe I should. But because I want to make sure I do a giveaway somewhere in the halfway mark. And uh no, no. Yes. We're going to do a giveaway at the halfway mark because I need to give away these codes before they go bad. So don't let me forget. We're going to do 2 codes sometime at the halfway mark. Uh, oh, I had asked Krellin whether or not robots were grogs in Ars Magica. And Krellin says that they're magic items, he thinks. The rules are a mystery of the item enchanter house. Oh. Hmm. Hey, everybody. Hi, everybody. Werewolf says, Saturday, what a notion. I'll probably have to head out later to go buy a couple of groceries, but until then, I'm here. Oh, I'm glad you're here because this is our language game, and I know you can be helpful. Also, what are you going to get for groceries? I'm curious. Will there be something delicious? Do you eat poutine? Because that's just like poutine is just French fries and gravy, right? There's probably no cheese curds are involved, right? Uh, I'm just curious. I just want to know. Hey, Max, I'll be starting the Call of Cthulhu video game this afternoon. Ooh, the one Down Darker Trails. Oh my gosh. I just was reminded of something, and I want to say thank you for reminding me, Max. There's something really important I have to tell you all. It's really, really important. Do not let me forget. I got a brand new video game. It's not brand new. It's super old, and I have to tell you about it. I have to tell you about it, but I have to finish reading comments. Don't let me forget. Uh, Video game this afternoon. I'm glad I went in and fiddled with it first. It kept crashing. Oh, found a fix online that seems to have worked. Okay. All right. Well, this is important to know. Huh. Okay. All right. All right. Um, Now I'm looking up Victorian Russian picks for Wednesday's Down Darker Trails game. I do my grocery shopping at 6 a.m. Gotta beat the crowds well. Yeah. Uh, okay, good, good, good. Toothpaste and chicken. Wait, you don't put toothpaste and chicken on poutine, right? That seems bad. Oh yes, I also eat poutine. Fries, gravy, and cheese curds. Okay. Call of Cthulhu: Shadow of the Comet. Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. Oh, okay. Okay, so I have to tell you this super important thing. It's really important. It is really, really important. And some of you will appreciate what I'm about to say, and some of you will not. I don't know. Okay. I was hanging out on YouTube the other day, 2 or 3 days ago, and random videos show up on my feed as they do, and I get random videos on my feed, and this was one that I'd never seen before, and it was from some YouTuber who I do not remember who they were, so I don't know if I'll ever find them again. I don't know. They'll probably show them up again at some point in time. So this person basically does reviews in some way of of old arcade games, but I don't think he plays them on the arcade. I think he plays them on console or through Steam, probably through Steam actually. Anyhow, um, he plays old arcade games, and the whole point of what he does is to figure out. I think he's trying to rank them in terms of how much of a how exploitative they were in terms of cash. You know what I'm saying? Like how it's like cost benefit cost ratio. Basically, he's like, how long does it take him to how many he kind of goes through and he plays it and he's like, how many quarters did it take me to beat this game is basically what he's doing. And I've not watched any of his other videos. I only watched this one that just showed up on my feed because I saw it and I was like, oh, I remember that video game. And he did a review of a particular video game with the idea of how much money would it have cost him in quarters to beat this game back in the arcade. And I think it was $10,000. Um, Beat the game. I don't know how he adjusted for inflation rate. I don't know if that's $10,000 back in the day money or $10,000 in the today money. Oh, Max, I know you want to know. And I remember uh, when I saw the thing, I was like, he's like, this game, Volatile. Max Ryder said, "What game?" Voltail responds with Voltail says, "10K in quarters? That's got to be something like Dragon's Lair." It was indeed Dragon's Lair, as a matter of fact. Me, the king of anticipation. But maybe the rain. No, it was indeed Dragon's Lair. It was Dragon's Lair was the game that he was talking about. Yep. And because he pointed out that Dragon's Lair was the first game that cost 50 cents, and I don't remember if that was true, but it was one of the first ones. I mean, like I suppose the other ones were later. You know, the ones that like there were the other 50-cent ones that were like in the big, like the big tank driving ones, or whatever. But I remember Dragon's Lair was one of the first ones I really remember being 50 cents. And also it was one of the first ones that I would put my 50 cents in and then die immediately, and then the game would be over. And I was like, I just spent 50 cents for about 4 minutes of gameplay. What is this? Uh, and he called it the grandfather of quick time events. And it was yeah. Yeah. Hey Schmelzer. Yep, that was yeah. I'm just gonna tell you, Dragon's Lair. I remember and here's the thing, it was 50 cents, and I was a kid, right? You know what I mean? It's not like I had lots and lots of money, so I could spend like $2 getting 4 plays of Dragon's Lair and die immediately all 4 times, or I could put in a quarter and play regular Mario Brothers for like 1,000 years, or Tron forever, or any other number of games where I did not die immediately. Immediately. 4 minutes on a single play of Dragon's Lair. Dang, Tripper, you were good at that game. I mean, it was like, man, that game was. So he was doing this review of it, and he had mentioned that he was talking about the ports of Dragon's Lair to non-arcade games and how basically most of them were bad because nobody had the kind of technology. None of the early home consoles had the technology to have the graphics that was like the Don Bluth animation for Dragon's Lair. And then he's like, finally, there was one that was pretty decent. And he's like, and now, of course, you can buy them. They've made these ports that are like that look the same. And I was like, oh. And I looked, and he had clearly played it on Steam, which I cannot do because it's PC only. But it is available for the PS. So I bought the Dragon's Lair trilogy. Uh, I have it on the PS. We're not playing it right now because we're playing Heaven's Vault, but I do have it. And why do I have it? Because now that I have it on the console, I don't have to pay quarters for it, so I can just play it as long as I would like. I guess is that's what I'm trying to tell you. The cutting edge graphics of yesteryear. It still looks really good though, because it's all Don Bluth animation. It's amazing looking, and I always wanted to build. I could never get past the first challenge. I tried. Then I was like, this is not worth it monetarily for me to keep trying. But now that I don't have to pay any more money, I'm going to do it. Well, you kind of paid quarters for it still, but you'll get a good return on them. This is what I'm saying. I'm going to get a good return on them. Is what I'm going to get. Man, so I am looking forward to at some point in time in the nearest future playing Dragon's Lair with you all and probably dying uh badly. But at least I won't be spending 50 cents a pop on it every single time. Every time people talk smack about old graphics, I just want to slap them in the face with Sierra pixel art. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Sierra pixel art was gorgeous. Also, so this is the funny thing, right? When it comes to graphics, I think it depends on the graphics. I mean, I think it depends what the graphics were trying to do, right? For example, I still think first off, Sierra pixel art was gorgeous. But I think it's like World of Warcraft. You know how World of Warcraft's graphics, I think, basically did well over a great amount of time when some other games from around the same time did not do well over time. I think it's because World of Warcraft was not they were going for a stylized look, and they achieved that stylized look. They weren't going for the look. We have so many polygons. We're so realistic, because sometimes that doesn't look good a little bit later. And I think they did a good job of finding an art style that would last, right? And I actually think that some of the older games, uh, some of those 8-bit games figured out how to do art in a way that um, lasted, Um, you don't have an endless amount of quarters in your pocket. The arcade must have got you good. I know. Man, arcade. I've never beaten Dragon Slayer before, but surely there's an intended pun with Dragon Slayer. I watched that movie, Dragon Slayer. Man, that movie, that got me. Oh, that movie, Dragon Slayer. Crowell says it's like when people insult medieval artists or think people back then saw things differently than we do. They just had different goals with their art. Yes, that's the thing. I always, I always say. By the way, I got something in the mail that I'm going to share with you, but I have to take off my shoes right now in case I need to use the uh, my stream pedal because I don't like using my stream pedal with shoes on. So just just so you know. Um, I always feel like people just need to like if I could get people who make reviews or critiques to do one thing, I'm not saying they need to make good they need to say positive things or negative things. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if I could get people to do one thing, it is before they make a review or a critique of something, to try to figure out what the thing is trying to do first, right? So that you critique it based on its criteria. So you don't say, "Wow, people in the medieval ages must have never seen a cat before," because they had seen cats actually. Uh, it's just they had different goals, and then like at least being aware of what those goals are, because not everybody's goal is the same, you know. And if people could just do that, it's like when people are like, "Well, that song doesn't have deep lyrics," and I was like, "But that wasn't the point of the song, though." Like, if it was trying to do deep lyrics and it failed spectacularly, then I'd be think, rock on. But if that's not what it's going for, what it's trying to do is to move your butt. Some of those, like, there's some really great funk songs that just don't have deep lyrics, but that was not the point. The point was they wanted you to move your butt. And that's what the point was. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Yes. Werewolf says, it is interesting to see how different artists approach the limitations of their infrastructure, especially compared to today when the very limited limitations of today. If you can't chase verisimilitude, you got to get really creative. Yeah, absolutely. Max says, I might have made my favorite NPC of all time too that I might introduce Wednesday. Ooh, Penelope Fox, her alias, the greatest thief in the world. I'll be using a photo of Alice Roosevelt for her. Oh, that's cool. Uh, Also maybe Carmen Sandiego. Worf says, I don't know, I've seen those elephants. I don't know if they saw things differently or never seen one at all. I kid, I promise. Okay, sometimes they never actually seen one, but that's different. Carl says, we have old portraits that are pretty detailed and realistic because that was the goal. Old sculptures too. It's just that lots of people weren't trying to recreate real reality with their art. Yeah. And actually sometimes they specifically were, they were not, they were specifically trying to avoid reality with their art. Do you know what I mean? Because that might have been disrespectful or not what they wanted to do. Um, no, I see you. Max says the Russians are Nerdics who escaped Russia. Before the trial of the 193 and are trying to get money to help those who were jailed. Oh, nice. Um, though there were also were troops of Squaxin from the Olympia area. So you know it's really interesting. Finally, Elwood Candy, the Migo collaborator. Oh, don't be a collaborator, or you can. I'm not going to stop you. The Migo will not. You know. One thing because I was thinking about like with a lot of Islamic art, they were specifically not going for representation. You know what I mean? They were doing other things, and it's beautiful. Like sometimes people have different goals, and also no, don't worry about stressing about it. That's fine. I'm not even bothered. Um, one of the other things I was thinking about is that realism is not. We have really gotten into a space at this moment post World War II, I guess, really. Yeah, where we're really obsessed with realism, but that is just not the always the only like camp is not realism, melodrama is not realism. There are lots of art forms that are just not about realism because that's not everybody wants that. Do you know what I mean? And my thoughts about this. Kron says, I don't know if she's my favorite PC, but my Ars Magica players are about to meet Kytheria, the peppy Greek necromancer who makes art with corpses. Nice. Wait, does she and the corpses make art together, or does she make art out of corpses? That's my next question. Werewolf says, this reminds me of the Brecht conversations we always somehow come back to in AP. Yes. And the thing is, I was thinking about this too, right? That realism is. Uh, I was in a play by post GURPS game once that did not last very long because the GM was really into realism. And I was like, great, because I love realism in my RPGs. But actually, what we had a different idea of what realism was. His idea of realism, I did not think was very realistic. Um, his idea of realism was just punishing, actually, in a way that I didn't actually think was realistic. Yeah, and I was like, actually, I really just don't think that's okay. That's fine. And I see that sometimes people are like, well, I was talking about like a it was like, oh, I want to do a realistic World War II game, and so it's like, well, you can't do a realistic World War II game. They're like, well, yeah, I want to do a thing where everybody starts off, storming the beaches of Normandy. He wanted to, they want that person was wanted to do a storming the beaches of Normandy, sort of a Normandy, like they wanted to do a World War II game where you're soldiers storming the beaches of Normandy. And so it's like, well, realistic. It's like, well, you can't do a realistic game where you're storming the beaches of Normandy because all the PCs would die in the first 15 minutes of the game. And uh, yeah, Krill's got it. Krill's like realism. Everyone sucks. Everything is bad. Everything is failure. And I was like, no, hold on. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, if you would be realistic, everyone would die. And it was like, but everyone didn't die. Like, I mean, everyone didn't die on the beaches of Normandy. So no, if you had everyone die, that would not actually be realistic. I don't, what are you talking about? Right. Anyway, so sometimes people's idea of realism is just like, yeah, everyone sucks, everything is bad, everything's failure. And that's just also not that's just not realistic. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Max Rider's like, right? Not everyone on the beaches of Normandy dies. No, they didn't. And then also, it's a whole thing like Audie Murphy was a real person in real life. Like it's one of those things where things that happen in real life, if you wrote them down and put them in movies, sometimes people would think they weren't realistic because our idea of realism from the media is often not nearly as wondrous as the actual world is. So you can have wonder, you can have a sense of wonder in your game and have that still be realistic because that does exist in real life. Come on now. Yeah. Um, yeah. If you want to be realistic, have everyone make 5 soldiers and kill 4 to 5 of them. Isn't that Dungeon Crawl Classics? Where Wolffield says, I've been watching Warp Reactor's old Witcher game. Ah, that was such a good game. And he did something really cool in that he broke the narrative at times to tell you that you picked up a quest. Not realistic, but but imitated the video game it was based off of so well. Yeah, that was very cool. Um, there were people with bagpipes and claymores among the Sherman tanks, right? Yeah. Not everybody dies, just most. And sometimes, depending on your unit, nobody might die in your particular unit. Like these things, like you think about it, like so these things happen. Like things are the world is. You know how Melisandre from the Game of Thrones would say the world is dark and full of terrors, but the world is also bright and full of wonders at the same time. Both of those things exist at the same time. Like it doesn't have to be a weird, fake, saccharine Hollywood thing, but people laugh, people have joy. Not, I mean, I suppose everybody dies eventually, but not. I'm just saying, you can't have darkness without light to cast it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Um, and and look, I do like gritty, but gritty just for me just means uh, the physics are consistent. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's punishing, because I actually just find that becomes not gritty anymore. It just feels like 90s edgelord stuff that doesn't seem interesting. Um, and then there's World War I. Here are trenches and grenades, and over there a bunch of cavalry, and then like an airplane that no one has seen before. I mean, amazing stuff, right? Yeah. Actually, an idea I'm exploring in the upcoming Daggerheart campaign I'm going to play in. Oh, what is realistic to whom then? Yes. What point of view we're talking about? Yes, absolutely. There was another thing I was thinking about, and it was about. Uh, hold on. There was a thing that I just hit on had to do with darkness or light. Yes, I remember what it was. It was this thick feeling I have that there are game RPGs that are made to be cozy, and I find them oftentimes not actually particularly cozy. They're sort of built to be cozy, but they don't feel particularly. Some of them do, but quite a few of them don't really feel cozy to me because there's no darkness for the light in the sense that, like, when I was playing Lords of Gossamer and Shadow, it really felt the coziness and the friendship felt very strong and powerful because we chose it. We could have done something else, but we didn't. We chose to stand by each other when we could have not. And mechanically, we could have not. And mechanically, we might have had a bonus if we didn't. But we all chose to do that. And that made it feel more powerful than a game where you don't have the choice not to be cozy. So sometimes, and I'm not going to say this all the time because there are some games that probably build their coziness really well, but sometimes it just feels more heroic when you choose to do the thing rather than when there's no choice not to do it. If you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying. Uh, um, Wander Home falls flat for me in certain ways, and I feel like there's something about the way that it was made that it doesn't do what it says it's doing for me, and it just is not particularly satisfying in the way that I find the way that there are things about the way it's written that make me feel like it's not as satisfying for me. Uh, yeah, yeah. The campaign frame has a cycle of corruption that needs to get sealed away every 100-ish years, and this order of light that sends criminals off to do this. Oh, my character is one of those criminals, a preacher from an alternate faith that thinks the corruption is the fault of the light. You can't have that much darkness without a really bright light making that shadow, right? Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see you, Krellin. Laura says, the cozy conversation. Yeah, I think I like cozy video games, but in my tip up, I want moments of cozy. I think there are probably ways to do it, right? Have a game that is cozier, but I think it comes down to framing in certain ways. Like, for example, some people say that in your RPG, people have to be able to die. And I actually don't think that's true. I don't think that PCs have to be able to die in any RPG. That said, I don't think, I don't personally feel comfortable when you have a game where in the rules, no one can die. None of the PCs can die. And the game is like, isn't it so amazing that you never died? This game, wow, you survived that battle. You didn't die in the battle. And I was like, yeah, but we all know that we can't die in this battle. So maybe rather than emphasizing how much we can't die in the battle when mechanically we cannot die in the battle, maybe we should be emphasizing something else because clearly that's no longer the relevant part, right? It probably shouldn't be, wow, you didn't die in the battle when actually mechanically that's just impossible. But it should be, wow, you saved so many people or something like that, right? Like what, like, I just feel like if it is not possible to fail at a thing, then bragging about how much you didn't fail at the thing doesn't actually seem to be satisfying because, well, we can't, right? And I think if you've taken something off the table, then you don't get to say, oh, look, do you know what I'm saying to you? That's how I'm feeling about it. I just feel like I would feel more satisfied if the framing was something slightly different. That's all. I think most people equate cozy to lack of conflict, and that's where things fall flat for me. Yeah. It's time for another Krell gushes about Ars Magica story. Nope, fine. I'm fine with that at all. I'll say I don't like how most games are all about random death when trying to imitate series and worlds where death is narrative. Um, well, I think that, so here's the thing. I think most of the games where death is random, they're not trying to emulate. Right, because we think about it, most narrativist games don't have random death at all. They only have death when the player chooses it for the most part, or they have ways for you just to not to die. The games where you do have random death tend to be games that wasn't where it wasn't the point, right? Where trying to emulate um, traditional Western narrative was not the point of the game in the first place. Um, you know what I mean? So like my D&D was never trying to emulate a traditional 4-act structure Western narrative. It was trying to emulate it was like coming out of a war game. And a lot of those games that where you do have random death are simulationist or gamist. But most of the narrativist games, you're just not going to die. Not unless uh, yeah, unless the player wants to, or with certain kind of mitigating factors, or in certain spaces, because they want to be a book, and if you want to be a book, then you don't let the characters die, or in very specific ways, right? Um, yeah, so I find that most of the narrativist games, one of the first things that narrativist games did was to take death off the table within certain constraints, but then they don't like brag about it, I guess. Max Ryder says, I want to save people. My friend is wanting to run a cipher game using the unmasked background, I think. I'm wanting to run a super good guy superhero. I want to have the positivity of Superman. I want to save people. I want to save everyone. I hope that the campaign will support that. Brown says, one of the companions in Monday Ars Magica has a death prophecy. He cannot die because he is prophesized to die by being buried alive. Ooh. He decided to work on this traveling magic boat because it's hard to be buried alive at sea, right? Well, that's true. Um, But the first big adventure they went on was this place had an earthquake and you have a boat. Can you go check it out? I love that, Krellin. Werewolf says people are very afraid of conflict these days, not just in the real world, but also in their cooperative endeavors, likely because we struggle to communicate, which means we lack the ability as a group to handle bleed coming from these conflicts. Yeah, also, but that's kind of, I mean, one of the things about role playing games that was so cool was it lets you learn things. Uh, but mm. Yeah, so also, I think a lot about slice of life anime. There's a lot of conflict in that slice of life anime. Sometimes that conflict might be that somebody is stealing your test, or like, I mean, there's conflict. It just usually not isn't murder. It's just different types of conflict. Like you could have all sorts of different types of conflict. Um, by the way, that place really had an earthquake. It's a historically recorded event, and there was a major earthquake in Cyprus in 1222. Oh, there was also a major earthquake in around 1700 in the New World, off the west coast, the Great Cascadia earthquake. It was like a 9 point something or other, and it hit the entire west coast, right? Uh, and we know about it in part because there was a massive tsunami that hit Japan, and they wrote about it. So Great Cascadia. Mhm, mhm. Uh, Most of the time when you try to stymie a prophecy, you end up creating said prophecy. This is true, says Max. Ajer says Krellin, and then you made him fight a giant mole person. Love that. Wolf says, learning? Nah, what if we never change? I always think that we're changing all the time. It just may be imperceptible. Um, my favorite trope. Um, is a giant mole demon. Thank you very much. Demons can be people too. Yo, hey, I bought an RPG and I wanted to show you. I bought this because I saw a review and also because it could be a cool theme for role play reflect. Sorry for the noise. Okay. So I saw this review of it, and it was a really good review, and I was like, oh, all right then. Mm. I got Draw Steel, book one, and Heroes, and then book two, Monsters. I when it first came out, I hadn't really thought much about it. Um, hadn't thought much about it because I think some of Matt Koval's takes have been a little not that hot for me. Uh, and I was like, I don't know. People love Matt Colville. I don't have bad feelings about Matt Colville. He also likes synthesizers, so that's cool. But some of his like advice, I was like, I don't know about that advice. So I was like, I don't know. But then I saw a review of Draw Steel that was like pretty detailed, and I was like, oh, this sounds really good. This sounds actually really interesting and cool. So now I have Draw Steel. I'm very excited about it. Um, Apparently, it's very inspired by D&D 4E, which I think is also interesting. But some of the stuff I saw seemed pretty cool. Um, demons are creatures of the infernal realm, and humans are explicitly creatures of no realm. I want to see y'all put out a horror. Oh, werewolf. Me too. Me too. Um, but I think role play reflect, Max. But the thing is, we probably would have to come up with like a subdivision of the horror. At the moment, one of the ideas that I floated, again, we'll see, was folk horror, because a bunch of those games like Old Gods of Appalachia, like a bunch of games came out all around the same time period that are all this kind of like folk horror, which I think would be a really cool theme to do. Kind of excited about it. Um, I bet you could also do like a uh, eldritch horror, like all the different variations of the Cthulhu world could also be a good one. Um, yeah, sub themes. Um, I think you might like Draw Steel from the reviews and the takes I've heard about it. Very technical comment. Yeah, I heard this too, Krellin. I heard it was like really good and really interesting. So I'm very, yeah, gothic mythos folklore, absolutely urban. Right. This is the cool thing about roleplay reflect is we get to like pick very cool like we have a spreadsheet and we've all brainstormed lots of ideas, and there's like 70 ideas on there. And who knows what we'll actually do. But like we were just like brainstorming, we're like, well, what could you do? And like I was very excited because some of the ideas were genres like that. But some of them were mechanics, like games with interesting death mechanics, or uh, games with mass combat, or like just different kinds of ideas. And or like one page RPGs, or just we're just like brainstorming lots of different ideas, and I'm really excited about what those like what we'll do. I mean, we can't really. I always think about this in that kind of slightly organic way that we can brainstorm all we want, but we won't really know which idea we really want to do for the next season until we get there. And I'm really excited to find out that too. You know what I mean? I'm just pretty excited in general about the whole thing. Uh, Science fiction horror, ooh, romantic horror. Oh, you know what? Go walk the dogs. Romantic horror, Max Rider, would be the Gothic, right? Would be like um all that kind of late 19th century Gothic stuff, like Turn of the Screw, uh Gaslight, um that one about Rebecca, I guess. Um like trapped in a house, dramatic kind of on the moors. Uh Yeah, I think that would be a romantic horror, I think, right? Unless we're talking about oh, Bluebeard's Bride. Ooh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Bram Stoker too. Yeah, all those. Yep, 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 yep. Slapstick horror definitely could be a thing. Oh, absolutely. Die Laughing would be an example of the RPG. Hurts My Soul. That's what I was thinking when I wrote that. I still consider that gothic. Mm-hmm. Oh, gothic. Well, but see, the gothic and the romantic actually are similar, right? I mean, well, okay. I suppose they're two different romantic, right? There's the romantic, the capital R romantic, which is the Gothic, and then I guess there's now the more modern um, people having romance with monsters. But I don't know if that's horror. I think that's monster romance. Yes, Abbott and Costello movies. Yes, yes, Abbott and Costello, absolutely. So we're gonna do this. Is what we're gonna do. Um, okay, go be back soon. Um, Die Laughing. You can do slapstick horror with that. Uh, what if having romance with monsters ends poorly? That still makes it still horror, right? I think Krillin. It just depends on how it goes badly. If it goes badly like a regular drama, then maybe not. If it goes badly in a horrific way, then yes. The story so far: Aaliyah and her robot Six have found the smoking wreck of Janike Rimba's ship, along with a final message intended for Professor Mayari. The roboticist was looking for the Vault, an ancient observatory he believed to hold the only hope of preventing a darkness from overtaking the nebula. Renba's search began with a telescope-like device from a ship buried deep on a moon near Elbereth. A relic from the vault, perhaps? Perhaps other ancient sites, like the moon where the ancient god statues were sculpted, will yield other clues. No, I mean like the monster eats you or makes you a monster or makes you reveal your dark side. So that would count, I think. I think that would count. Questions for Guillermo del Toro. Actually, Monster of the Week does a whole new meeting in a romance context, and not like, and then they broke up. I'm actually thinking what might count as a. See, I don't know if it would. See, I don't. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know if you would call that romantic horror, if you would call that horror romance, because we tend to use the word romance for like the kind of thing we're thinking about. Because, well, wouldn't The Shape of Water count? Maybe would The Shape of Water count as a horror romance? Makes you a monster, but can still be really sweet if done right. Like Shrek. I'm thinking about like maybe. I'm sure you could do romance that involves body horror, like body horror romance. I bet you could do that. How many body horror RPGs are there? The Zone would count. Fate of Cthulhu would count. The body horror RPG. Bluebeard's Bride has some body horror in it. Oh, how does it end? Does the monster escape? Does she die? The romance in Shape of Water isn't strictly the horror element. The horror mostly comes from the human element. That's true, actually, Clockwork Librarian. That's true. Yeah. Questions? Hello. Okay, well, I guess we're going to start sailing. I wonder why I would rest. Hey, I have a question. I haven't rested yet. Let's do that. I don't know what it does. So let's try it. We all know humans are the real monsters. I'm going to rest 6. Very good, mistress. Like, I don't know what happens. No, no. No, I don't want you. No, no. No, 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 no. Nope. Actually, I'll say, like, okay, so we've just learned something. If I go and take a rest, our robot's going to take us back to Iox, and I don't want that to happen. That's not a thing I want to have happen. I will prepare the tackle, mistress. So, humans are the real monsters. That's sort of E.T., right? Yeah. Okay, so they would like us to go to Iox, and I do not want to go there because I would really like to um, avoid my advisor until we find out more about our Renba. Also, I just don't trust it. Jiniki Renba's trail had led us to a painted wall. Perhaps that site will have more answers. I know enough to find this site. Yeah, let's do that. Uh, Now, the game is really working really hard to make us go here. I understand that, to Iox, but I don't want to do it. Trooper acting like a graduate student with a paper due. If I don't see my advisor because I'm in the field, it's not late, right? That is correct. That's correct. Then to the site for the mural in Ghost's Wake. Yeah, I wonder what the impact of it is on the game that either path leads to our destination, mistress. Yeah, I just don't know what the impact would be of me avoiding going back see my advisor. Why is Ghost's Wake called this, mistress? I don't know, actually. The Ghost Wake is They say Ghost Wake is haunted. I had weird dreams the other night. You know how, according to the Great Loop, the souls of the dead sail the rivers until they are reborn. Oh. Okay. Well, the story goes that most of them are asleep. Oh, sailing. Oh, sailing is not as easy as you might think. Dreaming of childhood or lovers or big meals, I don't know. I guess we're going this way? But sometimes they have nightmares, and then they might wake up. Where are we going? Those that stay awake forever, trapped in the river. Trapped in the rivers, formless. It said they gather in Ghost's Wake. It said you can hear their helpless cries. I really appreciate the world building. I don't suppose it's true. Ghost Wake has a lot of narrow, winding rivers and thick fog. It does, as a matter of fact. Ooh. And it's the sort of place where sailors get lost and come back with crazed stories. Oh, I'm just saying that navigation is tricky. That's all. Okay. Here we go. We're not going to pass control to 6 because I don't trust him. Not that look, I don't think it's his fault. I think he's got programming that means... Well, actually, I don't... When I say I think, he's just straight up told me. When people tell you who they are, you should... What is it Toni Morrison said? When people... Well, actually, you should go right ahead, mistress. I was just... By the way, I was recently looking up that quote from Toni Morrison. And Toni Morrison didn't say, when people tell you who they are, believe them the first time. What she said was, when people show you who you are, believe them the first time. Which is, I think, a little bit different, just, you know. just technically, because sometimes people tell you who they are and they're lying. So I, just for the record, we're going this way. I want to check chat, but I'm also having to deal with this at the moment, but I will catch up with you once I don't die in the river, which, by the way, is a possibility. Also, I've been listening to the song Black Sheep from Scott Pilgrim a lot recently. It's been kind of slightly on a continual loop, and I don't know why. Our data suggests the site from the mural is nearby. Okay, we've got a bunch of possible. Okay, okay. Um, I am. I feel like I might be able to look at chat right now. Maybe. I feel like it's possible. Uh, okay. Uh, Super acting like game devs. Thus, the player went to IOX. They went to IOX, right? Nope. Drummer Boy says sometimes people tell you who they want to be rather than who they are. Yes. And actually, sometimes they tell you who they are afraid they'll be, but not who they are, or who they could be. Do you know what I mean? Um, Paladin Hulk says, when people tell you who they are, believe them. Trump, I'm the greatest president and man ever to live. You're like, okay, so the theory is bold. Yes. Bola says, I doubt anyone would trust a robot who is haunted by a ghost and is a tattletale. Sending reports to the people. This is what I'm saying. Also, Volus also might be haunted by a ghost, Okay, I see where we are. We're about here, right? So we want to head forward, and then maybe it would seem we have not been down either of these paths before, mistress. No, well, let's go there. Yeah, I've been listening to that song quite a lot. I also listened to the original, but with the original vocalist, which is good and all, but I really do like the Brie Larson version from the movie. I think it's really good. And, I didn't realize that Brie Larson had a music career briefly before she became big in movies. Okay, let's approach this ruin. Maybe this is it. Yeah, and PH, we're all lots of different things as well. Exactly. Which way, Six? I do not know, mistress. Hmm. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the Empire, mistress. Wait, mistress. I recovered a scratched bell made of silver. Just lying out there? On it, there seems to be an inscription, mistress. This is our life, everyone. This is our life. Uh, Cyber horror, AI-generated ghosts based on fictional LLM haunt GPT. The original version doesn't hit for me as well as the movie version of Black Sheep. Yeah, and I don't. And the thing is, I thought about that. Okay, Clockwork. I have thought about this too. I thought, is it because I heard the movie version first? Because they're quite similar, but they're not the same. And I think the movie version, it just works for me a little bit better as well. And I do like the original. I just think I think there's something about the vocals that I think just hit a little bit better for me. Jared says, so I saw somewhere they were going to overdub the original Black Sheep, but Bree sang it so well in recording they kept it. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. By the way, here we are. We do have this word, and we figured out and. I'm very excited about that. What else might we have here? A scratched silver bell could be eyes. This is interesting over here. I bet I've got some ideas about what some of these words could mean, and I'm excited about that. Remember, we were thinking about verb tenses and subject object predicate because we have some thoughts about what things could be what things in the future. You eyes. Well, I guess we'll put this act questionable. And then let's put this with or of. Oh, that's interesting. It's probably not right, but we're going to get something. This doesn't feel right. It's not you, it's your... Oh, right, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you, Krellin. Your eyes. And you are correct, Krellin, you are correct. Your eyes and. It's on a silver bell. I believe I remember the word eyes, mistress. Wait, our robot remembers the word eyes? Interesting. So this is on a silver bell. Close your eyes and... Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. That definitely is close because we have the verb, we have the negation, we have the three, which I think is in some way kind of like seeing, and then the squiggly, which is like some kind of motion. So this is definitely, this is definitely close, right? I really feel like we're getting to learn this language. Close your eyes and... Okay. So this is a verb, so it's not day. It's either listen, say, or sing. It's probably listen. Uh, it it could be close your eyes. It's a bell, though, right? Close your eyes and listen. Close your eyes and sing. Either listen or sing. Uh, it's either one of those two things, right? But here's what I'm thinking. I think it's listen, and I'll tell you why. Um, yeah, I think it's listen too. And I think the reason why is because of that colon, which seems like it is a relationship to something else. Like we don't yet have it completely, but it seems as if, and the kind of curly Q, like the kind of like candy cane thing, I think has some, like we have it with related to think, or perceive in some kind of a way. So I think it's like you are perceiving, and the colon is in a relationship to something else, which, so I think that is listen, hearing, right? Like I think this is right. And I think that means we're learning a little bit more about this language. I'm kind of excited. Um, I'm kind of very excited. How heavy is the bell? If you drop the bell on someone's toe, I doubt the person would sing in agony that much. Listen seems more likely. Yes. Uh, this will make the exact spot we're currently hunting easier to locate. Which way, Six? Oh, okay. I do not know, mistress. Fine. Hold on. We're here. We're going the wrong way. I think we need to turn around to hit this place. Yeah, let's see if we can turn around. Ooh. Oh, we can't. All right, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get it. We'll get there. It looks like we're gonna just have to go the long way. It's okay. I think we need to curve, like curve all the way around, is I think where we're headed. Yeah, I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling like I'm getting closer and closer to learning this language, and I think that it would seem we have not been down either of these paths before, mistress. Yes. We're going this way. Sometimes I just feel like if I tilt my head, we will get there. These are my thoughts. I feel like, I don't know if this is true, but I feel like at some point in time, it's going to click for us exactly what the grammar, the structure of this language is. There's something here. Oh, let's bring her to land, Six. I think we might have found it. Or something. And I think that if we can, once we figure out the structure of the language, I think it'll just be faster and faster for us because we'll understand how all the pieces... Hey, we found it. We found it. Take the long way home. Also, small tangent. I've been meaning to ask you, Trooper, how's the synth learning? Ooh, I wish I could spend more time on it. I brought my little lunchbox synth with me because I'm here in Seattle right now, so I don't have my big synth. All my stuff is back in Massachusetts because I'm going back to Massachusetts in 3 months. Yeah, I only have 3 months left. Technically, 1 day less than 3 months. But I have my little lunchbox synth. I need a little bit more time to work on it, but I have to do we have to get all of our shows started. And once Sunday happens, then all of our shows have started, which will be good. And then I need to get back to my book. I'm giving a presentation at the end of October and the beginning of November, sort of work-wise. I've got to work on the book. But then I really need to do some work on, I really wanted to get my wave certification while I'm here. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do. We'll see how much stuff we can do. Also, I'd like to win the lottery, but I need to play the lottery for that to happen. Oh, I tilt my whole body when I make a tight turn in a video game. Why? I couldn't tell you. I think it's because it works. Like if you do a tight turn, I think it makes the game work better. I just think it's true. I sometimes also lean if I want to see around a corner. Of all the sites I travel to.
With the robot.
By the way, their ship kind of looks like a crossbow, right? Don't you think?
Most of them seemed lost.
Oh, wow.
Abandoned. But this one felt like it had been hidden.
Oh, it's gorgeous. How much further? Not far, mistress. The path turns here. I wonder what the atmosphere is like. The lanterns are still burning, Six. It's like we were expected. That would be unlikely, mistress. There is only one living person on this moon, mistress. You. Right, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't have been expected. Trees. Lots of them. Growing from fissures in the rock, mistress. The roots will eventually split the slope below us. I was sense a wonder, Six. The whole site will subside. You know, going for a sense of wonder? But someone planted them here? Oh, go get that toothpaste. Perhaps, or likely, a seed was scattered by the wind and took root by chance. I do have a question about, atmosphere, you know? Ooh, there's something etched on this one. Uh, uh. Oh, it's that time one, people. Okay. This is the start of a fragment of text. Okay, it's a start. We have, Will. Devotion clearly is not going to fit. We do have you. Okay, okay. Remember our weird L is like life. Something not life. So... Okay, this is related... Okay, so this is related to the word die, right? But the word die is clearly a command in some way. But this is not a verb. So is this a noun? We have death and we have dead. It's one of those two. Death or dead. I think it's... Okay, if I remember correctly, the big comma, it makes it a noun. And so this is something next the big comma. So I'm going to go with dead. No, it's probably death. What does that mean in terms of our grammar? Death will something you. Okay. What does this mean? Death will is on a tree. Feed you or deceive you. Okay, so it's some kind of negation. So I'm gonna go with deceive. Now I feel like that might mean something about the word slave up there, which might mean traitor. Let me go back up here for a second. Never be a slave in your heart. This might actually be a traitor. Yeah. Yeah, so I think this is not a slave. I think this might be a traitor here. Never be a traitor in your heart. Right, Trig is like, deceive? Yeah, yeah, I think the question mark with the two accents is speak and the square is trust. So I think if this is traitor, right, then this, and it's a twisted tree. Now to work out what the other words mean, right? I think this is deceive, right? I think, Trig, I'm with you here, right? I think that this is like the question mark with two things is speak, right? Or like there's clearly, it's either like speak or some kind of like, yeah, or in relationship to others. Yeah, death will deceive you. Death will deceive you. But I've no idea what it means. I think it means that Remba's not dead. I've been telling you this all along. Feels like a warning. I'm telling you, Renba's not dead. That's a good sign, Six. There's something here to find. Hmm. Trig, I'm totally with you. I think this is really good. What should we expect? I do not have enough data, mistress. All right. Look, I feel like we are... You know, I know that people think about that it's all about vocabulary, but I think it's often about structure. Did Rimba come here at all, I wonder? Is there no way to be There is no way to be sure. Oh. This reminds me of when I was taking that weird random language test in the army before I joined the army to see if I could become a linguist. The defense language battery aptitude. It's a goddess and all her fingers. This could have been built yesterday. Syntax and grammar are both important, absolutely. Because, so, when I was a spy in the army, I want to know what those other places are, by the way. Those two little dots down there. I wonder if we can get there after we leave here. I wonder if that's possible, because I do want to see what those places have to say. When I was a spy in the army, uh, I was an intelligence analyst, signals intelligence analyst, and there are what we call message internals and message externals. And the internals are the actual words they say, and the externals are the other details of information, radio frequencies, relationships between person A and person B, who calls whom, all that kind of stuff. And you can find out most military targets, if they are good at their job and have good discipline, do not actually say things on the radio that are meaningful. They're not going to give away their plans on the radio. They're not going to say, this is who we are and this is where we're going and these are our plans. They're not going to say that. If they've got good discipline, they're not going to say anything of substance in their words in the internals. So you've got to do all of your work on the externals. And the externals can tell you a whole lot about what's going on and what's happening. And I think it's like, if you know the word for, if you know some words, but you have no idea what the syntax and grammar are, you won't necessarily get it. But if you do know the syntax and grammar, you're like, okay, if this is an object, this is a subject. All right, if this is a like you can get a lot by understanding the syntax and grammar. The Renba is Abner. Bolus. Oh. Trick says, also, when I watched the VOD from the last session, I noticed the same symbol at the start of Songbird and Snake Metals in the unsolved phrases, which could indicate animal. That's what I was thinking too, Trig. I was thinking that must be some kind of like animal symbol. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Uh, I'm I'm very excited for us, by the way. Oh, oh. Yeah. Also Trig. It's so lovely to have you here. That's all.
Name game.
Oh, there's something worked into the stone. I'm gonna sing though. Beneath the ivy. Fragment. This is the end of a longer line of text. Cool. Outer wall. But also, the name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name, I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B on F, on M will appear. And then I say Bo at a B, then I say the name, then banana, fanner, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F very plain, then a fee, fi, and a mo. Then I say the name again with an M this time, and there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. Trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat, bo big or treat, banana, fanner, fo fig or treat, fee, fi, mo, mig or treat. Trick or treat, PP plays inside. PP plays inside, PP plays inside, bo BP plays inside, banana, fanner, fo PP plays inside, fee, fi, mo, BP plays inside. PP plays inside, the name game. Woo! Thank you both for those resubs. Thank you both. Thank you, thank you. That is awesome. Yay. I am having a good Saturday because, you know, I had a donut, and I had a breakfast burrito, and I had hot chocolate, so I'm having a lovely Saturday. Had a great season opener yesterday. I'm very excited for all of their drama. There's going to be high action. Abner, Renba Adver. That's true, Volus. I imagine learning not to give info about plans to outsiders. And your boss DMs them anyway to random people 5 minutes. Okay, that would be really terrible, Volus. Who would do that? Wait. Uh, it was a maple bar. Oh, so good. I was just, yeah, I'm very excited. Oh, you know what? I was going to tell you this, Drummer Boy. One of the things I want to do, I haven't done it in a while, is I want to get back, once I, not right now, but in the nearer future, I want to get back to playing around with Max MSP, which I learned back when I was learning electronic music composition. I haven't, because Max is kind of expensive, but I haven't used Max in a while, and I would like to. Yeah, Volas did that just with a journalist. He did. I think a number of them, they just got really bad OPSEC. Okay, so we have a we. We have find. We have in over here. This one has a lot of glyphs, but I'm sure it translates. Okay, so we have some. In something we find something. Okay, all right. So that little mountain, I think, is a location. Perhaps. So we have got a couple of things here, right? We have got the colon, which is some kind of a relationship between, like, or some kind of compound word or some kind of relationship. We've got some kind of location with that dot, which we don't yet know what it means, but it's probably some kind of part of speech and some kind of negation. And then we've got a verb with a person, this same little symbol, and then the double lightning bolt, which in something. Comfort, peace, station, sky. Could be. We don't have a lot here, actually. That is. Oh, we have maybe fire? That might not be right. Fire. Let's go here. In something we find probably peace or comfort, right? So, wait. This is the same symbol, isn't it? Mountain.x colon double comma person dot it is. Okay. So it's the same word. So it might, if this is a wall, in comfort we find comfort, in peace we find peace. Hey, Hawkeye, how are you? Greeting for Dietwater Labs. Y'all, where are the GM screens of tomorrow being designed today? Love that. Do you think it's in comfort we find comfort, in peace we find peace? This is a very good question. It's actually a little bit unclear. Let's go back to find. Well, we can't. It's it is a location. Could be sky, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. In comfort we find comfort needs a bed hieroglyph. This is true. But okay, this is also a wall. So let's go with peace, because it could be like a, like a refuge, right? In peace we find peace. It sounds pleasant. May not be right, but I do need to figure out how that word was, how that came about. I also think we might find something interesting here. Oh, are those figures? Peace could be the person, fire could be a soldier. Yeah, maybe. Stones, mistress. Nothing more. Right? Could be. We should probably go back to that one, because maybe we will learn. This is so beautiful. We might learn something. Oh, we can slip around this way, I think. I most certainly cannot. Well, then, wait for me. Mistress. I wonder why we're not going the front way. Oh, well. Careful now, Leah. Don't want to slip. I do wonder why we're not going the front way. Why did I do that? Let's go back. Because I feel like I should go the obvious way first. There must be another way. Oh, okay. We're going to be blocked. There was the gate, mistress. Well, let's go to the gate. But I bet it's locked. And then I'm going to go around the side. At the main gate. The ancients never had foresight to leave their doors unlocked. Good eye makeup. Yeah, we're going to go around the side. Hello, Pope. How are you? How are you, Pope? So, we might need to revisit that one that could be... Yeah, soldier. We have to think about it. Whoop. Let's go here. Pope, what are you doing? Max, you're not late. Maybe I can finally lose that robot out here. I just don't like a spy. Pope, what are you doing? How are you? Oh. Hey, it's one of our goddess statues. It seems like a different goddess. The wind died.
The wind died.
Thanks. It's so still. Oh. There you are, mistress. How did you do that? Yeah. Oh, game prep? Nice. For what game? Did you tunnel your way in? There is a hopper eye above the far passageway. I was able to create a line of sight to it and enter via refraction. This is evidently a large site, mistress.
The smell of flowers flooded the misty air.
Huh. What kind of place has a hopper instead of a door? A palace, mistress? Or a prison? This is no prison. I would have to agree. I have a lot of questions. You know what I'm saying to you? I have a lot of questions. But let's look at this ancient goddess, shall we? I wonder who she is. She seems sad. I do not see any inscriptions to tell us. She's weeping and beckoning. Okay, well, what kind of place is this? This is all pre-Ancient Empire. Oh, Imperial Maledicent Urban Shadows, running both tomorrow. Oh my goodness. I suppose anyone who came here would have known who she was. You're doing paid GMing, right? Were you doing plays, the you know that website? The one? You know the one? You know the one. That one? Like, plays, what is this place? There is a high diversity in the plants and flowers. I would suggest some kind of botanical garden. Just start playing, I think, right? Start playing? Just start playing? Yeah, something like that. Urban Shadows is through Start Playing Games. Ah, good. This whole place is incredible. It's perfect. Evidently, it is over 1,500 years old. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you're one of his Urban Shadows customers. Oh, nice. Well, that's lovely. That's so cool. I love that. That's awesome, Hawkeye. No sign of Renva, though. Most likely he didn't find this moon. Or he did. Um, nice. It's a... I want to check that gate, but we're going to check all these places first. We might find something. I don't want to miss it if there's an inscription that might help us learn more language. You know, I just feel like we got to do our due diligence. Because I feel like that's important. Are you, how is the, just start, don't go there yet. We want to get everywhere in this little area first before we explore elsewhere. How do you like the website? How do you like the interface? How's it working for you? I'm no master. Eternal students here. Oh, see, this is what I like about all of y'all. Ooh, what is this? Ooh, smell the flowers. I leaned over a flower and inhaled deeply. Musk and rose. Perfume garden. Interesting. Interesting. I saw a way out, but or an indicator of something, but we're not going to check it yet. We're going to check this gate. Did this gate ever open? There are no hinges. Well, then why would you have a gate if it never opened? Is it for visuals? Is it like a window? Oh, hey, look, there's another hopper eye over there. Well, that was the one that he connected to. Oh, a tree cracking the stone. This must have been a stray seed once, nothing more. Now look at it. It'll bring the whole place down in the end. The same fate will eventually overtake this place, mistress. Perhaps we could finish our exploration before that happens. You know, Six, you are so impatient. You are so impatient. It's like... I thought robots would have more patience. You know what I'm saying? But apparently not. Okay, well... A door. The interface is user-friendly. Oh, wait. There might be a key somewhere here. Locked. There might be a key somewhere here. That is a ridiculous idea, mistress. Why would anyone lock a door if they intended to leave the key lying around nearby? People do this all the time. Perhaps they were absent-minded. Also, they're... Mistress, really. I do not wish to have to report this kind of nonsense to Professor Murari. This is what I'm saying about our robot friend. Don't. This one's definitely stuck. A tree has demolished the corridor beyond. The tree is a creature like any other, mistress. Slow, but ultimately self-interested. I don't know. Six, we have to have some conversations about your... I don't know about you. I'm worried about you. I have questions about you. The interface is user-friendly. Need to do more work at self-promotion and prep for a few more game offerings. D&D seems the most popular, but I'm not for running that just yet. The robot is deeply opinionated and has had a lot of biases programmed into it, and I would like to know who did that programming, is what I would like to know. I wonder if we could, get through there. That's fine. Let's not go... Well... Oh, what is this? Hold on. Look at that. There's something under the ivy here. We found something. Yeah, the robot has a one-track mind and a two-track body. That sounds like a pickup line, PH, but not really. That's the Eagle in the Sun. This is an Empire period ruin. About 1,000 years more recent than you thought. So I thought you said this place was thousands of years old. I was wrong, mistress. I was guessing. Really? Or that carving could have happened later. There's another inscription on the edge of the design. Okay, we're getting something here. This is one end of a fractured text. Okay, we've got that kind of interesting thing that could be trust. It's an eagle carving. If it's this is clearly Emperor, obviously. Emperor. This is probably C's. Okay. We have, this could be an every. I can add my translation for C's to my dictionary. Okay, this is good. Okay. C's. We're going to think about this. So we have Emperor sees every something or other. Through only truth distant. Probably through every. Okay. So this should probably be falsehood. Because we again have that negation of the. Is that truth? Truth or trust of some sort? But now the big question I have is what is the upside down comma? Something. The Emperor sees. This is probably through. Right? Yes. Okay. I'm going to say this is through, but the question is, we have a formation, right? We know what the word at is. That the little upside down, the little mini comma, the apostrophe, and the big comma with the thing is at. Well, it's partly. Well, actually, we don't know that. That's close. That's actually not. It's not the same symbol, but it's close. So something negates something is through. There is something here about the grammar that we don't have yet, and we're close to getting it, but I don't know what it is, though. Does Emperor sees through every truth make sense? This is an Emperor's garden? What do you mean he was guessing? That's weird. No, what do you mean guessing? An intact empire, Site 6. Everything on Ix was rebuilt after the fall. But this place was never destroyed. We must assume it was never found. Should it be falsehood? But it's some kind of conjunction, right? It was a conjunction word. So, but it's also negation of itself. Oh, I missed a remark. This place was built during the Empire. If this place was built during the Empire, but the statue was carved in ancient times, like the one on Maersi, then perhaps the garden was built around the goddess herself. I think we actually do have falsehood as the second word, but I think we're looking at that conjunction for true. Let's look at our descriptions. So let's see what we did there. This one here. The Emperor sees through every truth. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Yes, absolutely. This should be falsehood. That's what I meant. Thank you, Trig. I meant falsehood. But you are correct. That's what I meant. Because I was like, oh, deceive, falsehood. I don't know why I said truth, because I meant falsehood in my mind. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. 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 I do think that we are very close to getting a grammar breakthrough. I really feel that. Not there yet, but also, what if it were built more recently, but from an imperial, like, refugee? You know what I mean? Like, what if the emperor in exile built it? Ooh, some kind of painting. Look at that. Yes, Trig, mostly worn away. Almost all worn away. Can't get anything from it. Really? What do you make of it, 6? Also, 6 was guessing. That's weird. There really was a lot of writing here once, mistress. A whole chronicle, perhaps. But I believe some characters can still be seen. Ooh! Hey, 6 was helpful. Okay, this is a long text. This one is a broken piece from an even longer phrase. Nothing. Hold on. Let's view this. I know we can do something with this. I know we can do something with this, right? Okay, okay. We can do something with this. I don't know why they didn't give us the choice. We have a lot of words here. This is our and. Let's see, what do we have? What can we do here? This is an is. Let's get some of those. Just get some of that out of the way. Well, we do have an all. That's probably not right, but, you know, do our best. Do we have an emperor in here? We do. We have an emperor. Do we have a... Oh, we have a strong. Okay, okay. This, I don't think this is right, but we're going to do our very best. Actually, I don't think this is emperor. I think what we have is a temple with maybe an of here. Some of this is not right, but we will... And then people. Hmm. I don't know about that. Emperor. Some of this feels a little off, but I think we just do our very best. Because there's that dot there that means something. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hmm. Act of temple. Heart. This does not make a lot of sense, but that's okay. We are doing our very best. Or it could be love. Is okay. So this is not right. Not right. Not right, everybody. But we're going to see what we can do. Do we have anything else we can maybe get in here? So I don't think we have anything more for that opening part. Oh, hold on. We can get an of over here. Another of. Yeah, another of. We're not triggering yet. Either we don't know enough. Well, I think we might not have enough words. That might be why they didn't pop us into this spot, is that we don't actually know enough words to be able to do this. Of all is heart and strong of temple people. Temple people could be priests or monks or similar, unless that dot affects connection. See, actually, I think Polygeek, I think this is what it is. I think the dot might be the thing that connects those two things together. So it actually might be like priest or monk. So I think we probably just don't have enough words, because I think it actually might be, I think you're right that that dot is a connector that gives us a compound word that I just don't think we have enough for it yet. So we'll have to, yeah, I think that's why they didn't give us the option to start their translation. Oop. We can get through here. That's enough. Let's not go to the glass house just yet. Oh, well, no, we are. We're going to the glass house. I wasn't ready for it, but fine. Oh. Is that a tree sticking out of the roof? It's amazing. This place is still standing. Unless it does weird reverse possession of the People's Temple, perhaps. Yeah, we're still trying to work out the grammar. And that I am excited. We well, we won't... Floral mark. It looks like a jungle in there. A very warm and moist environment. You know what? Let's check it out, shall we? Let's check this place out. Yeah, Polygeek, we're still trying to figure out our structure, our grammatical structure. We will get it. And stuck? Stuck. Hmm. So do we turn back now? Go home? There's clearly more to find here. I do not suppose you are genuinely interested in my opinion. Wow. Sassy. There's got to be another way inside. Perhaps you could smash a window and climb over the glass, mistress. I could do that, actually. That was sarcasm. Oh. Oh, you were being sarcastic. I thought that was an actual suggestion, but fine. I just... Oh, look, there's a narrow gap. Maybe I can squeeze through here. There might be another door at the back. Perhaps, mistress, but I will not fit. Oh, well. Do you see any other way in? Not from this side, mistress. Well, then try not to rust out here. I won't be long. Yep. Mistress. You can't stop me. 6. Also, there's probably a lot of... I wonder if there are bugs out here. Ooh. By the wind. So many thorns. Oh, oops. I'm not going that back. I'm not going back that way if I can help it. I'm not going back that way. I'm not going back that way. The emphasis, they had the emphasis on the back, but I don't think that doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of how you would actually say that. It feels like you'd say, I'm not going back that
The
way.
air inside the glass house was damp. It
Mm.
smelt like fruit and warm water.
Oh, nice. It's even bigger close up. Reminds me of the tree of knowledge on Iox. Really? Why? Okay, this is a gorgeous greenhouse. It's peaceful here. I wonder if I could... I'm going to just look at everything before we find 6, just in case. 6 can be very helpful, but you know how 6 is. 6 also sometimes can tell on me. The air is warm. Oh, hey, door out. We'll pay attention to that. I'll let 6 in first, I guess. Oop. Something among the leaves. There seems to be an ornamental wooden shard from a hull. It looks like it dates from the age of sail. Look at the carvings. Someone took time over this. It seems to be inscribed. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay. This is fractured. We might have something good here. Let's see. The shard of a hull. Okay, we have home. If 6 is a problem, you need to find 7 because 6 is afraid of 7. That's true. You know why? That's because 7, 8, 9. I'm thinking that this is 4 for home. Let's see. We've got some compound words, maybe. We've got perhaps a your. Oh, yeah, your. I'm convinced my set translation for home for 4 is correct. I'm also certain of home. We've gotten enough. Okay, okay, okay. This is good. Something, your something for home, and this is the phrase of a hull, which is a ship. So this again is one of our kind of like relational. We know that we've got like this is maybe like C, some kind of outward perception for our candy cane with the little things. We've got this colon, which is some kind of relation, and then that S we think is some kind of movement symbol. Maybe lift or point. Could be point, because I think that maybe the 2 slashes on the candy cane is like outward. So it's some kind of verb. I think it's point, because point, lead, that's a motion thing. Point your something for home. Okay, probably prow. Probably prow. So it's part of a ship. Point your prow towards home. If this is correct, right? If it's point your prow for home, how does this word here, which looks to have 3 compounds in it, mean prow? So we've got the first part, which is like a location something something, a movement something something, and another kind of movement something something. Well, this is definitely, I think this is definitely the word prow, but I don't yet know how this word is constructed, what the pieces of it are. But the relation to pilgrim suggests a component that is travel journey. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, so point your prow towards for home, I think definitely makes sense. We'll work that out. I feel like we just need a little bit more. Point your prow for home? This comes from the same source as the devotional icon and the effigy I found earlier, I think. This should make the Age of Sail site easier to find. Yeah, point your prow for home is definitely what would be on a boat. So I'm seeing some indications of like compound relations still flowing after all this time. I would have thought it would be clogged with moss and dirt. But it's not. Don't you think that's curious? We're going to let our robot friend in, even though our robot friend is a snitch. Just shove the door. I just hope my shoulder doesn't go straight through. Eh. Oh! Eep! uh, oh, I got a little injured. Mistress, I found a way in. So I see. Oh, thanks for waiting. Oh, and stars related to word connect to navigation. Yes, I think so, right? I see you are still undamaged, mistress. Yes, I think so, because we have that because we navigate through the stars. So I think this is correct. By the way, I think we should go back through, only because I think there is more to learn forward, but I think there's probably a dead end there. And I think if we go this way, we'll probably hit a dead end. Yeah, we're definitely going to hit a dead end, so we should at least make sure we get to the end of the dead end, right? In case there's anything... Ooh, what's this? See? There's something here. I just figured if there's a dead end, we go there. A chipped wooden statue of a loop. Dating from the Holy Empire? I can't make out what it was meant to be. Some kind of bird? Animal. But with a snake's tail? Or maybe I'm holding it upside down. I don't know. It seems to be decorated with symbols, mistress. Remember? Bird and snake. Bird and snake. We had that whole thing about animals. This one is a broken fragment from an even longer phrase. Possible. I should get Huang's opinion on that when I get back to the university. I see what you're telling me. You want me to go back to the university. I still think most likely this comes from the same source as the square of foil and the dagger we found earlier. This should help us locate the moon where the statue's robesque foil has been made. So here's the thing. We found this chipped wooden statue, but they didn't let us translate it, but I would like to view the translation because we do have some animals already. Oh my goodness. So look, they don't think we can translate this. They don't think we have enough information, but I figured we might as well at least see if there is anything we can do, right? And it looks like there are these probably compound words we can't do. Yeah, the bird thingy with the six tail might be a space platypus. Mm-hmm. Right, so I'm thinking we probably do not have enough information to translate this, but... And I think it's because these seem to be like relational or compound words in some kind of a way. But look at this. Peace. But I think we can do something. What might we be able to do here? There's the possibility of myself or my. Oops, not that one. My. In between the two last words. Oh, in. I think right there, right? In. I suspect what we're getting is some kind of compound word that we can't get just yet, is what I'm thinking. But We do have this maybe do not. Yeah, I don't think we have enough. You got it. That was, I got you what you're about. I got you. I think we don't have enough word fragments to really translate this. I think that's why we didn't get the thing. So something do not star in peace, my something. Yeah, so I think we are. I think they're compound words that we don't have, and that's why we can't fix this, is what I'm thinking. But that's okay. That's okay. We know we can't translate this right now because I think these are compound words and we only have some of the compounds, but not the full words yet. But we will get there. I'm feeling very much like we are, like, little bit by little bit getting grammatical structures. Come on. And I can't wait for when it clicks for us. Some of these little bits, like, this is quite a collection, mistress. The plants must have once been assembled. What? Someone's prized collection? Assembled over many years, I should imagine. Trigg says, you may have to go see the advisor to get some extra words. I know. But I'm wondering if I could go there and see my friend Huang without seeing the advisor. Like, would it be possible to see my grad student friend, but not see my advisor? Because that would be awesome. I just don't know if that's possible. We're probably going to have to go to IOX, but I kind of don't want to because I just feel like Six is going to tell her everything that we found, and I don't want to do that right now. Ooh, inscription. I know we're going to have to see our advisor. I don't want to do it. I feel like dodging our advisor is an age-old academic tradition. This is what I'm saying. I'm trying to be method. There's a few words in this one. All right. We might be able to do some translation here. What do we got? Okay, this is a garden sundial, right? So we've got the time symbol, which will definitely fit here. And that's the only place now will fit. But we do have, let's see, what else? We've got some funky things, right? Because we do have these sort of like some compound words, right? So now maybe for or toward. What else can we do here? So this sort of circle thing is time, stars on the front. Yeah. Now it is something like it's not fully stars because there's a do stars compound word. You near the end. Yeah. With this funky alien symbol. Okay. I've done something wrong. This is good because when you do something wrong, they cut out something for you. So not do. Okay. So this is fine. This is good. So I think we're going to have to put our now back in. There's something about the stars that I think is not 100% there, but I think because because that's a verb, right? So the verb is doing something. That's not going to work. These won't work. We have perhaps an I. Probably not great, but whoop. Oh no, not I. Mm-mm. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you, right? You near the end. What else do we have? We have stars. We have four here. Okay, what do we have? Mistress, that translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another possibility. Yes, I know. Okay, so stars is not in it. Okay. Uh, they give us new words. They did. These. That means no now. Okay. These. Possibility. We have our you. could also be I. No. No. I don't... This does not make sense. These four... Mistress, that translation is clear. I know. There must be another phrasing. Yes, yes. Just everything you had except stars. So let's go back to our now. Because this is a sundial, right? So now, let's put you in there. Let's put... for or toward. I like that. Okay. It's a long one, but I think it must say now. I am feeling very good about now. We have to think about what that means. Okay, so something now for something use something. So this is one of these, this is a word that's got this kind of colon in it. We know we have, the second part is star, and the first part is some kind of verb noun situation. So it could be, okay, but wait, it's a verb relation to star and some kind of perception thing. So probably travel, right? Probably travel, because we do travel via the stars. Go. This here is going to be time, so it's going to have to be tomorrow. Does that make sense? Time. This has got to be tomorrow, I think. So we had now before. If the first one is now, what do we have here? We have travel now or tomorrow you work. Oh, travel or sleep. Interesting. Hmm. Travel or sleep. Yeah. For tomorrow, the only thing that works is, that makes sense is work, but, and it might make sense for robots, but also, yeah, it either is sleep or travel. Ooh, interesting linguistics connection there with robot related to the last, since robot originates from the Slavic word for root for worker, right? So I'm thinking this root and robot might actually make sense. Uh, yes. Sleep now, tomorrow, you robot machine. Right. So it's really unclear to me if this is sleep or travel. And the first word is verb star object light from above, colon object thought from above. Right? Exactly. And I'm not 100% certain what the colon is, because we also have dots, but we have some kind of a relationship between those two things. Is, we do know that the star is involved with navigation in some way. I don't see any negation. So I think we're going to stick with travel, because I think if it were sleep, there might be some kind of, perhaps, negation of some sort. Uh, perhaps. Let's travel now, for tomorrow you work. That will do for now. I think it's close. It could be still one way or the other. We'll have to learn a bit more about it, I think. But can you tell the time by the sundial on Iox, mistress? Well, Wong claims he can, but I don't know. But what? Uh, Wong would say anything to impress me. I noticed the robot also has an animal symbol, right? This is what I'm thinking. Don't tell me I said that. Actually, just don't say anything around 6. 6 is a tattletale. Right, so there's something about the animal symbol that has the robot in it as well, but people don't seem to have that symbol. So, mistress, please. What? You cannot expect me to cross that. Well, then don't. I will topple into the water and sink. Then don't cross it. Stay there if you like. Yeah, robots are workhorses, right? But the people are similar. They're not the same, but they're similar. There's clearly something about beings. You are attempting to goad me into crossing. I cannot be goaded. Okay. I know you have lost robots before. 5 of them? I do not intend to increase your score. Well, then stay... stop being so melodramatic. 6 is a robot, and most robots can't do nuance or tact. Be advised, I will hopper myself to the boat if I so much as teeter, and I do not guarantee I will return. I actually didn't mean for you to come back. Oh. You were... Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Could we connect some intelligence? Maybe, yeah. I did not enjoy it, mistress. Well, life's not always about enjoyment, for heaven's sakes. I found the risk most uncomfortable. You are very risk-averse. Stop complaining. Next time, wait in the ship. I cannot. Right, because you're a spy. It's not your fault that you're a spy, but you are definitely a spy. See that grumpy robot face, Clockwork? Amazing. Well, surely we could tell roughly what time it is with the sundial. Awfully dark. Must be night. 6 isn't a robot. They're a llama. A drama llama. Carlin, I love that. Okay, what do we have here? What do we... Oh, wait. Shrines? These shrines. Interesting. What's interesting is that none of these doors seem to be functional. We saw one just the same on the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. The shrine of the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. Maybe it came from this site? That would fit with my analysis, mistress. But why? Also a door. It's locked. Locked. Or stuck, maybe. I don't know if these doors were actually functional. They might have just been decorative. Oh, a waterfall. There's more water here than I've ever seen. Enough water for Elbereth like 3 times over. There was only a way to transport water. Barrels? I mean, barrels would do it. This moon is a mountain. There is nowhere for anything to grow. Except that things are growing. But what's it all for? Out here. It just pours away into space? Yeah, that seems wasteful. Could the colon be additive? Stars, night, plus dream sleep? Could be. Could be, actually. Maybe the colon is additive. But there's a hole in the bucket. There's a hole in the bucket. Dear trooper, dear trooper. There's a hole in the bucket. Dear trooper, a hole. You know, when I was younger, I used to sing that song over and over again because it got weird. It gets weird when you sing that song over and over again. It really does. Especially if you sing it in a weirdly obsessive way.
Stone markers huddled together, whispering nasty things about me.
Shrines. Like the one behind the hermitage where Renba died. I don't think he died, friend. Nobody listens to me. You know, Trig, that's a really good theory about stars, night plus dream sleep. This is the song that... Oh, that's a good one, too. I mean, the song that gets weird with all things are... I mean, that song gets weird with all the things that are wrong with the bucket. Yes, right? Because it just keeps getting... It just starts getting really weird and sort of surreal. Heh. In a semantic satiation kind of way. Most curious. What? What? 6? What have you seen? 6? I could fall into the river and it wouldn't even notice. So 6 has just walked off, and I'm not where 6 is, so I'm going to do a real quick check of anything really important that maybe 6 might not have seen. Well, it seems clear no one ever lived here, so why go to so much trouble to build all of this? I'm still thinking about your idea about the night and dreaming and sleeping. I'm really thinking about that because dreaming is a kind of a perception. That really makes a lot of sense. I really like that. Hold on. Let's actually go to our inscriptions for a second, because yeah, yeah, I kind of like this. Let's go with sleep, because that could be like night and thinking, right? Like night thinking, sort of dreaming, sleeping. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's really good, actually. I think that's really, really good. I really like that. Speaking of which, um, we're here, solved. We have some solvable inscriptions, everyone. I knew that we were getting somewhere. We have some solvable inscriptions. We have 3 of them. Let us solve them, because this will make me really happy. Found something inscribed into the swirling scratches on the hideout moon. Take me home. Take me home. Found a metal oil burner. Now I see everything. I think most of these we were pretty certain of, right? I think we were pretty certain about most of those. Found on the dented iron box. Find yourself in stars. Yeah, I'm feeling really good about our lives. We still have quite a few unsolved inscriptions, which, by the way, we'll look at, you know, near the end. Uh, we are going to do a giveaway, by the way. I think we'll do the giveaway at the end. I think that's what we'll do. So a stone marker. So many of these markers. Marking what? This might once have been inscribed, but it's been worn smooth. I have finished my researches, mistress. My conclusions are, I fear, worthless. Well, okay. What were you looking for? I do not know, mistress. One of the markers seemed to intrigue me for a moment. Really? Why? Something's happened. We know he's got something buried in his memory. This one's in better condition, still legibly carved. Let's translate it. Again, there's something lost and locked in his memory. This one is a phrase run together. Okay, my friends, we have a phrase run together. We've got that thing that might be night or rest. Here we go. Rest. Remember our rest, our sleep? Yes, 6, you are worthless. Congratulations on figuring that out. Rest. This is good. This is good. This is good. All right. Okay. And then we do have homes. Rest here in something, right? Yes. Rest here and... See, I don't think this is... I think this is close to being like homes, but I don't think it is, because I think there's some kind of compound that is rest here and B. This doesn't feel right. I actually... Yeah, it's not homes, because I think there is a... And B here. Rest here and B something we don't know. Safe, maybe? That's a lot of glitz, but I'm confident it says rest. Yes! Okay. Be safe. Right. Okay, so we have... This has the root of the word home in it. Yeah, and that really could. So the question is... I think this is safe as well, but the question I have is... What the little symbol, which is like the little... comma dot, that turns the word home into the word safe. What does that mean? Home safe. Safe is a state of being. It takes them longer than others to discover their own valuelessness. So how does, okay, home safe. So the first symbol is adverb. Is that the right term? Maybe. Safe. But safe is, it's a, well, because an adverb, no, because that would be safely. An adverb describes how you do a verb, right? Like you run quickly. An adjective modifies a noun, like a red car. But safe is a state of being. I am safe. But it's not a noun, right? Like, oh yeah, as though. That, yeah, like or as though. Like or as though. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Like home. Right. Yeah, safe seems the most like home. So I think it's safe. I definitely think it's safe. I do have some questions about our like or as though, yeah, rest here and be safe. May emails not find you here. Uh, if that's the case, if that is an adverb, like, or like or as though, I think that's correct. This place must be some kind of monument. Hey, I'm thinking about this like or as though. To a war or a famine or a plague? If these shrines represent bodies, mistress, there are not enough for a war. That's true. The modifier could be something like having the characteristic of or instilling a feeling of. Yes. Trig, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like as though also works with strong like stone. Yes. Yes. This is very true. And perhaps we've seen all this site has to offer, mistress. Do you have a sense of what this place was from your explorations, mistress? I don't think it's a graveyard. Well, actually, I think it might be a graveyard. I think it's a graveyard. But for very special people. I think I might have missed my chance to tell them that. But I think it might be a graveyard. Also, I do think like or as though. We have to come back to this thought. This one isn't carved at all. There's something inside the niche at the front. A battered brass compass decorated with a bird's wing motif. I think it dates from the earliest days of the nebula. Curious, though. Most compasses point towards Iox. This one doesn't. Interesting. Where does it point, mistress? Out there somewhere. There's an inscribed phrase. Okay, we're going to be thinking about... This one is a broken piece from an even longer phrase. I want us to think about like or quality of as though. So we have stars. Something as though. We have and. We have below. Okay, okay. Oh, a graveyard could suggest that the elf sleep is a bed of death instead of dreams, right? Or like maybe dreams is like a metaphor for death. Like they do a kind of like a because you know how sometimes to sleep perchance to dream, right? Look it up. To do something safe is an adverb, but to be safe, a safe driver. Yeah, Jared. But I think do something safe. I think you would say safely, right? I did that. I did that. I did that safely, carefully. So stars, and I want to go here first. Oh, stars, and below. So I think this must be like above. Because that's below. So this must be above. Right? And above. Because above is not an adverb. I place it, it's a, what do we call that? Jared, would you look up above what part of speech it is? But this idea of as, right, or related to, as like, as though, and we have that star thing. Above, wholly makes sense with a lot of belief systems. Yes, yes. Jared, what part of, because above is like, it's one of these, like, you place it above, below. It's not a preposition to the, it is a preposition, right? Preposition to the, above depends on syntax, right? So is this a preposition? So if we have a preposition like to, that could be also, you can think about as in relation to. So here we have stars above and something below. Okay, so we have the word path, which is the comma, the curly comma for noun, the S shape for movement, and then we have this backwards comma. That's path, apparently. This here is the same thing, but instead of the backwards comma, we have like our star or thing or above. So probably wind. Because that doesn't make sense for song. Yeah, I think it must be wind because wind does move. I think that. I'm not super... Does star above and wind below work? A device for watching the winds and flows of the rivers. Mm-hmm. A device for watching the winds and flows of the rivers. Invaluable, especially if you didn't have a robot. Okay. Okay. These are there are niches in all of these markers. They're empty. Looted or left that way? Polygeek says, wind would make sense for a ship, but song could also be a more poetic reference to, say, waves, rhythm songs. Yes. And the question is, how poetic is their language? Also, has it changed over time? So there's like an eventual that way, but I think we should... Oh. Broken steps. They don't look very safe anymore. No, but I do think there's more to learn here. This one's worn smooth. Well, alright, that's right. We're not leaving just yet, because I feel like Look, I know this might sound premature, but I'm feeling really good about how much we're, like, leaning in this moment. Hey, Prax, we're doing really well. This one's set apart from the others. And it's inscribed. There's a lot of wind howling. I love the sound design in this game. This one is a fractured piece from an even longer phrase. Okay, we've got some anti-life. Okay, well, we have an I. Absolutely. In clouds above is considered an adverb. Really? Huh. Does finishing the game allow you to challenge for credit in a linguistic... Maybe, I hope so. That would be good. Apparently, Prax told me this, that they actually had linguists work on this game. The in clouds above is considered an adverb. The symbol I, the I symbol, is something to do with the sky. So like the sky above would make sense. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. I like the way you're phrasing that. So we do have death. We have... sleep? Okay. We have something here that is sort of like wind, but that's probably not what it is. Ooh. Wind before sleep, maybe. But we're clearly, well, wind of sleep. What would that mean? Wind of sleep. Okay, we are missing a couple of things, but we're going to do our best. Does... I don't think... We're a little off, but we'll probably get new words. Done something wrong. I think when we do something wrong, it might give us a new word, right? So that's pretty decent. So I do think this is sleep. I do think this is death, just from the way that the phrasing is. That makes sense. I want the one that has the wave on it. I do think this is I or me. So what else do we have here? I think this isn't wind. I think this is part of a compound word, but I don't think we know the compound word. So we'll put it in there. And we'll put the of in there. Wind of sleep could be... Oh, wind of sleep could be breath. This doesn't feel right. What are we getting rid of? Okay, it's not wind, which makes sense to me because I really do think we've got a compound word. So I think that's... what we were talking of, we were like the additive word. So, sleep, I, death, definitely. We do have an of, which I think is right. Okay. That isn't the word for death. It isn't? Oh. So what does this say? Oh, hey, everybody. That isn't the word for death. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. We'll have to go and look through some things. We have learned something. This is good. I something 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 of sleep. I. So this is two kind of motiony things. One is a verb, it's a compound, and the other one is a noun. So verb motion, compound noun motion. Sail, probably, right? Yeah. I sail. This could be sick. Oh, is really to die. Dead. Dead? I sail dead. This is a river. This is a river. Because it's like water, like noun water, and noun movement to the stars is clearly river, I think. I could still change my mind, but I sail a dead river of sleep. A river of sleep, that is death, right? River of sleep. Sounds like a gentle way of putting it. This is some kind of is this? I said it was a graveyard. Nobody listened to me. Nobody listens to me. This place is a graveyard, I think. That's what I said. Why was it mapped in that hermitage where Renba died? He wants to do some grave digging. We've got to go back to inscriptions. I would have expected something grander for an emperor. Tomb, a mausoleum. These graves are so small. These are not public graves, mistress. Grave implications, I see, Roller. There was no one here to impress. The gardens here are quite remarkable, but the graves are surprisingly simple. No great tombs or mausoleums. Perhaps they believe their souls would return to the rivers. Did the emperors believe in the loop? Huh. Has this place been ransacked? It does not look to have been touched at all, mistress. Only grown over. Also, there's a wellspring. The wellspring must be up there somewhere. Where does all the water go? Actually, also, where does it come from? Into the nebula, mistress. Into the rivers. Everywhere. Then that's why they built a graveyard here. The water carries the souls of the dead to the rivers. Interesting things about the religion. Okay. This place is a graveyard connected to the empire. A graveyard of emperors, perhaps? I love it when a new design comes together. Ooh, what's your new design? What is your new design? Also, can we go back to our inscriptions for a second? I think we are looking for that one that had... Which one had death in it? Can we find it? I said the dead river of sleep. I sail. I'm looking for the word death, though. I know that we had the word death. Did we have it? When did we have it last? I feel like we had it really recently, right? No. We had it really recently. I remember seeing it. Better sit the rivers of the lakes that we're used to. You know, Void Smoker, that is so true. You know, you should not go chasing waterfalls. It is never a good idea. So I really think we must have seen this recently. And solvable. We have a solvable. What is this one here? Holy water from below rock. We're doing such a good job, I can't handle it right now. I just need to share this with you all. You're creating a new way to make your screens. Less cutting, less gluing, faster build, interchangeable faces. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Look, I feel like we, I don't know where it was, but I remember that we saw something that had that negation in it that we thought might have been this one here. Dead will deceive you. Could be dead, right? Yeah, could be dead. Dead. I think, okay, it's good to know that they updated us. So that is good to know. Well, let's climb the steps. By the waters. The air must be getting thinner. Oh. Take your time, mistress. I love how you can hear the wind howling. It's very good sound design. This location is extremely unsafe. Yeah, I know. But maybe...
The wind was strong up here. It wanted to grab you by the waist and chuck you down the cliff.
Emperors must have stood here gazing across the nebula, tracing every stream, like the lines on a palm. I can see Elbereth, mistress, through the haze. You don't think this place was built to view Elbereth? No, mistress. Elbereth is ferociously ugly. Stop that! It might not have been in the past. Stop being mean to my hometown. If that is a graveyard, then sure the statue should be a goddess of death of some sort. Yes, absolutely, the one that was crying and beckoning. It is rare that there's a single deity of death. Norse has hell and just hell. Greeks have Thanatos and Hades. Finns, Kama, and Tuoni. River motif is present with Greeks and Finns. Styx and Tuonela River. Yes. This is a long way to fall. Thanks for the warning. Yes. It's going to dance along the wall. Do we have any inscriptions here? Feel like, Mistress! Please! Look, I'm an action archaeologist. I'm looking for, interesting. What? What? Mistress, perhaps you have already observed. This shrine is quite visibly powered. Yes. They're machines? No, mistress. The stones are merely stones. But this one is charged. Wait, what? Aligned magnetic radiation, mistress, similar to that which aligns and conveys the rivers. Oh, the shrine outside the hermitage where Remba died. It was just like these, I suppose. What does this mean? And just like these, it had run out of power. That seems likely, mistress. Wait, magic? The Robeski foil from inside the figurine 6, that must have been part of how the Hermitage Shrine worked. Oh. Interesting. Where are the grave goods? Payment for passage, gold coins for ferryman. Yes. Hey, do you remember that song? Was it by Brian Ferry? Don't. It was from the 80s. I think it was... Ooh, let's insert the Robeski foil. I wonder if this might do something. Yeah, me too. Oh, everybody. Nothing. What exactly were you expecting, mistress? The shrine is only a rock. Well, I don't know. A powered rock, but still a rock. Well, if it's powered, that means it means something. The foil is only a storage device, mistress. If there were anything stored inside the Robeski foil, mistress, it would require something else to be displayed. Like what? A projector of some kind? There was something in the graveyard that below that caught my attention, mistress. It may be related. Ooh, 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 ooh. 6? Where are you going now? Do I follow? I will wait here. I'm going to read chat. Crack says, but that assumes that the grave goods would have been left at the gravesite, and if we are allowing for the idea that the souls traveled down the river, then perhaps they were also part of the interment on the river itself, or burned with the body before the ashes were spread in the river. Good point. Blade Smoker's like, sounds awesome. Will the Indians be able to change them too? I actually really think this is very cool, what you're thinking about. Uh, Hawkeye, here's the question. Do I follow him? Is he coming back? Just don't look down. Just don't look down. Well, I guess I should follow him. He... 6. Them? I don't know what 6 pronouns are. River's running through my veins. Ladies, you don't see this. Well, let's see if we can find 6. There is a mystery here. And, oh. So quiet. Suppose the dead don't argue much. By the way, I knew it was a graveyard. I said that. Stone marker. How about this one? The inscription on this one is readable. Oh, hey! Grave goods would only be required if A, the conveyance was seen as a transactional, and or B, they believe that materials would be usable post-death, right? Okay, we have a gravestone. We have a we. We remember. R is... this is like a U. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is right. Because I think we're missing some stuff here, but, something's not right. That's okay. We're gonna get a wrong signal here, but it'll help us. Losses? This looks like some kind of... I don't think this is right. I give up. No. I'm going to have to come back to this later. No, I think that we remember you are losses. Look, I actually think that we are close. I think we can come up with a thing here, but I think they're trying to tell us that we don't have enough vocabulary yet. But I actually do think, like, here, check it out. Look. So if you look at this one here, right? So that last one, which we think is maybe losses, that is not the word itself because it has the, like, as losses or, right? There's that little symbol, which we think is like a relational word. So we clearly don't have we don't have all the words we need yet, but I think we have pieces of it. Like, I think we have some of the structures that we need grammatically. Hello. What are you doing? Oh. Stone marker. Okay. This one seems to be made of older stone. Gone, maybe? Yes, gone. And others. The first gravestones we place here, perhaps? This was my opinion too, mistress. Yeah, like maybe gone, something like this. Mistress, I am most relieved to be within reach of you once more. Uh-huh. This was the oldest one I found. I would date it to the very earliest days of the Empire. The stone is different, older, and from a different source. Huh. Where is it from? I cannot be 100% certain. Okay, well, I want to check this thing out. And there's something up here. A hoop of metal. Gone, maybe? Yeah. I wonder if there was once one of these on top of the shrine we found on the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclones. I wouldn't date a grave marker. Bad conversation. Heavy, but perhaps not as heavy as I'd expected. I believe that may be some kind of device, mistress. Just as required. Let's, take that hoop, shall we? It's a valuable artifact. We're grave robbing, and worth some further study. Look, there are symbols inscribed on the inside curve. We're grave robbing. We're grave robbing. I just need to split these up. Okay. It's a small little metal hoop on the very first grave in what is probably an Imperial grave marker. So we have got me. Remember me. No grave marker rubbing. That's fair. Remember me. Okay, my friends. Remember me. Should have, sorry, but I think you've been forgotten. Okay, we've got to do location. I suppose we all are, in the end. Still, I feel sure I've seen something like this before. We might be able to trace where it is from. Maybe. Perhaps there were metal hoops on all of these shrines, or perhaps there were metal hoops on all of these shrines originally. Might have been looted if they're valuable. Well, triangulate the moon where a statuette's Rebeski foil has been made. Okay, we found so many things. Was the Emperor's Sacred Garden looted? Where was the hoop made, I wonder? Unclear, mistress, but we may be able to locate its origin. Yes. It doesn't look like... Wait. I have a thought. We should go back up there. It's a good moon for a graveyard. You said the weather here was calm. Whoever built this place had their pick of moons, mistress. I want to go back up here to that powered one and see if maybe... I can't keep doing this. I know. You have to... I know. But we have a possibility. Something might happen. We're going to place the metal hoop right here. This stuff belongs in a museum. My museum. Okay. Let's see if we have any more luck with this. Okay, we're going to try the foil again. Okay, we might learn something, everybody. Then... something? Oh, the waters. Have I been asleep? It spoke with the voice of a child. Friend of yours, Six? Of course not, mistress. You have no chill. You do not know who I am? You can hear me? We don't have a lot of time with this thing. Same face as the robot, though, right? Are you Great Britain? I love that. I know you're there. You won't sneak up on me. Even if it's dark. Okay, that's weird. Tell me your name. You should know me already. I should have you killed. Okay. Just tell me who you are. Okay. Did they, like, brain scan people? My name is Kaya. I can't see you. It's so very dark. Why can't I see you? Do you know about an observatory or a vault? I've never sailed. So the vault will open for me when it's time. I can't feel my legs. Yikes. The power is failing, mistress. You must ask what you want to ask. Tell me where you think you are, Kaya. That's the most information-based question. The orangery, of course. Where is Elpha? She screamed. Who is Elpha? My wife in waiting. She should be here. Was there an explosion? Oh, this is really bad. I can hear, but I can't see. My brother was to take me to the Withering place. The Withering Palace. What is the Withering Palace? I want to say don't be scared, but we have so little time. What is the Withering Palace? Where is it? The Palace of Mechanicals. Huh? You would not understand. Oh my goodness. Have I been asleep? Okay. Mistress. They might transmit the dying into robots. The power in the plinth has failed. Poor Kaya. I don't think we can get more. Whoever she was. Let's ask it. Let's just take the foil. Maybe we'll be able to talk to her again. I'll be careful with you, I promise. We should also take the hoop. I wonder what Wong would make of her. Let's take that hoop. Let's do that. We are not going to leave the hoop, though. Like, at all. I wonder if they transport I should take this back to Elberth to show Arroy. She might be able to explain what it is. I wonder if they do transport the dying into robots. If that's the case, then maybe all of our robots are actually people. What was that thing I just spoke to? A recording, presumably. No. Much as Professor Mayuri might send you a recording of herself to converse with. Recording are responsive, as you know, but fixed in manner. They are broad, but not deep. Okay. That is their nature. Maybe. Are you like that, Six? Broad, but not deep? I am as I appear, mistress. Cantilevered arms, tracks, pneumatics. You have a brain, don't you? You like to pretend you do. I do not understand robot minds, mistress, despite being equipped with one. But Master Renbo once described a robot as a mirror. Its reflection will vary as it's shifted, and yet the mirror itself contains nothing. I don't know about that. Who do you think she was? The ghost in the shrine. I do not know, mistress. But I cannot imagine most people were recorded in this way. No, she must have been some kind of noble. Right? So the ghost was royalty. At least. She could have been an empress. How old was that recording, Six? Evidently, it is hard to be certain, mistress. I would guess nearly 350 years. And she's been stuck inside a figurine all that time? Mistress Kaya is not stuck anywhere, mistress. Evidently, it is merely a recording. I don't know if that's true. We'll have to find out about that. I have some questions. We were talking to the voice of a dead emperor? Indeed. Old emperors to advise new ones. Immortality of a kind. I've got some questions. Why would that be concerning? It makes as much logical sense as any other funerary rites, perhaps more an emotional sense. But I think the implication would be that all of our robots might actually have the souls of people trapped in them. So maybe they're not robots? Maybe... don't hassle me. Like, what if this is not ethical, is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. What if it is not ethical? This whole place, Six. It must have once been filled with voices like Kaya's. A head atop every shrine. You don't have the hot Six. All talking, arguing, laughing. This place was a haven. And now you could hear a pebble drop. I'm just worried about the fact that my robot friends were buried alive for 1,000 years. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they were buried alive for 1,000 years, and I have concerns about what that might have felt like. So the Emperor hiding on the hideout moon, they brought the shrine and the foil with them. And they hid the foil inside the figurine. Kaya must have been important to him. If the last Emperor was truly intending to hide for the remainder of his life. Well, mistress, I've observed that most humans do not wish to be alone. I wonder who she was. Who she really was. Oh, a mystery. I think for me, it's if Six is unaware of the process or who they were, for instance, then there's a consent concern. Yes, that would be part of it as well. But the real question is the Withering Palace. If that recording was made there, who knows what else was recorded? Who knows what they know? New Emperor, guide me with your wisdom, great Kaya. I can't feel my legs. Six is unaware of a lot. That is true. I have a lot of concerns, you know? Remark. The Emperor took Kaya to the ruined moon and hid her. then it wasn't Renba who hid the foil at all. He didn't even find it. What if he... maybe. It really was a terrible archaeologist. Wow. Way to be judgy. That's cool. We're not going to replace the hoop. I think we're going to sort of walk our way. Gonna walk my way right out of here. No, that song is gonna walk those legs. So I'm looking one chance. Hold me down and let me go. We can't go on. Never by heart. That's what the song that hit my head. That was it. Nothing on this one. We can't go on, just a running away. If we stay any longer, we will surely never get away. Oh, oh. Anything you want, we can make it happen. Stand up and turn around. Never let them put us down. Never. That was a great... Was that Bad Animals or was that Alone? This one's buried. I need a machete to find any inscriptions. Was that Bad Animals? I don't think that was Bad Animals. I think it was the one before Bad Animals. Heart's a great band. Oh, more markings here. Let us translate. Oh, this is a long one. Okay. Again, we're at a graveyard. This is the end of a longer line of text. Probably already mentioned at some point, yet the way those bots are arranged remind me of scarecrows. Yes. Unstable Dio says, as for consent, the consent could have been given before. Perhaps they are not entitled consent. That's certainly concept for us, but perhaps not for another culture. Prax might be able to speak to this in more in depth. Yeah, there was it's kind of interesting, right? Because the question becomes like, so let's say you're a necromancer and you get permission from somebody to raise them from the dead as a zombie, but the zombie itself doesn't remember giving that consent. What does that mean? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, different places are going to have different opinions on it. So this is love, I feel like. And we're going to have, this looks like... Ooh, this looks like my, but I don't yet know about that one. We've got some compound words, I think, that we don't necessarily have all of the piece that I've figured out all the bits and bobs for, but that's okay. If you don't remember anything at all from before, you are essentially a brand new person. Then it would be kind of weird to, like, I don't know, like to be a zombie and know you're a zombie, but not have any recollection of making that deal seems to be somewhat distressing. In peace. Something in peace. We've got some options. Also, in most settings, necromancers don't get consent before Raise the Dead, while necromancers have social challenges. And while necromancers have social challenges, the consent issue is one of them, usually. Unstable Deus, I've got to tell you something. Fair, but then we get into continuity of consent questions, right? If you cannot withdraw consent, is your state consensual? That's a good question. So a friend of mine ran a campaign wherein there was this evil necromantic empire. No one had been there. The PCs had never been there, but they'd heard about how evil it was and how terrible, because they're all necromantic. Like, there are these necromancers doing terrible things in this like far off kingdom, and they'd never been there. They didn't know anything about it, but they were like building up all of this power. They were leveling up, trying to get to the space where they could go and destroy this evil necromantic kingdom. And then they got to like, good mid to high level. Then they go to this big necromantic kingdom. And the necromantic kingdom was really great, actually. Well, it was a necromantic kingdom, but like the quality of life for everybody was really, really good. It had like great works, it did all this stuff. And the way it worked was that everybody, part of living, if you want to live in this society, one of the things you do is that you sign a contract giving consent for the necromancers to raise your body after you die to be in service as like a skeleton or whatever for 10 years. And then after the 10 years, your body's put back to rest. And they use all those skeletons to do all this like really hard labor. So most of the people there live a fairly, like, they don't have to do like terrible, like awful hauling of stone. So like they've got like a really great quality of life because they've got all this sort of like consensual necromancy for 10 years post-death. And the PCs just didn't quite know what to do with that one. because they were very much against necromancy, because they in their world necromancers don't do consensual stuff, but these were all consent. This was all consensual necromancy. I don't know what ended up happening in the end. So yeah, so do you trust your past self to make good decisions for you, or is it like Severance? Your past self sold you to slavery. See, this is like the question, right? Because that might not have been. Yeah, yeah. I do think we have something else in here that we can do. We've got. So I think one thing I think is that we have some compound words that we're not going to be able to uh, fully translate, but my. So like for example, I don't think that my is correct, or there's something there that in terms of like what would you call it? I think we might have some compound words. So no zombie rights. No, no zombie rights. Something all my something love. So this is very close, but I don't think it's right. Uh, we have like a do not. We have a. Let's throw this do not in there. Although again, I don't think this is right. And then we have star. Like I think this is some kind of weird compound word that we don't have the word for. I think mine's correct, but love needs to be combined with the person symbol before. I think this is correct. Exactly, Trig. I think so. I mean, zombie undead rights, are zombie undead rights much different from AI rights? That's a very good question. I think the last unknown bit added onto love might make it family. I think that you're right, something like this. I feel like we're getting this language some. So it's not do not, that's fine. Let's put peace in because that is a good compound word. Sleep. I have some questions about some of these little words that are in between, but again, like the way that, like, I think this is my, and again, I think this thing about the person with love is like beloved or family. I think this is I think that you're right that actually transforms and forms it into like a person that you love. The all seems like part of a time forever. I also think this is part of a time forever. I I do think that's because it's part of time. So like time and all. So I feel like that's forever. I really, really do. Does sleep have a negation? Is that what the X is? The X is some sort of negation, but that also seems to be some part of some sort of compound word. Let's put in sleep in peace. Okay. Yeah. This one has a lot of symbols, but I'm confident of peace. I'm convinced of my, too. I feel very good about this. Feel very good about this. Okay. Again, I think forever. Absolutely. This must be forever because, like, all time is forever. This must be friend. Friend. Right? Because we don't have this symbol for plural, so I think this is friend. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think this is, yeah, I think this is good. I think that's good. I think this is forever. Then continue. Sleep in peace forever, my friend. An emperor's ally. Given a high burial. The withering palace 6. Somewhere in the withering ways, perhaps? Everybody, by the way, we're going to do a giveaway right about now. Well, in like 5 minutes, we're going to do a giveaway. And we're going to do the giveaway when we get back on our ship, because I think we're going back to our ship now. So we're going to do a giveaway. All you have to do to qualify for the giveaway is to make sure you say something in chat in the next 5 minutes. Well, mistress, I do not believe there's anyone else here to talk to. We have collected 4 intriguing artifacts here. We have also pinpointed one new location, the Withering Palace. Are you ready to go yet, mistress? No! Soon, not yet. For heaven's sakes, there's a stone marker right here that we have to look at. Did they remove the first 2 symbols? I think maybe a smooth. I think they did. So I don't think we actually solved that translation. I think we just got new words. So I think, locked. Anyway, it doesn't look safe out that way. There's nothing but sky down there. I know, we're heading out. Oh, hey, a stone setting. Something, it's some other thing. Like, I think we're basically done, more or less with this place. A stone setting. Either someone was making preparations when this place was abandoned, or the shrine that stood there was removed. This could be Kaia. Hmm. Yeah. So, we had our amazing... Oh, hey! Whoop! Eek! Okay. Well, that was too close. Yeah. Mistress, what are you doing? Can I jump that? It must be too far to jump. Too far to fall, anyway. Let me look down. I thought we were going to just walk right on out, because there's the goddess. There's an old El Barathian story about a boy who gets washed into the rivers. He drowns, of course. Then comes back as a fish. I've always said Elbereth is a terrible place. I've always said Elbereth is a terrible place, mistress. It's my home? Stop being rude? Ah, how are we going to get across now? We can always retrace our steps, or we could simply leave. Are you ready to go now, mistress? No, not just yet. Now, we may not have a choice. We may have to hop back. But... you know, it looks like we have... It looks like we've gone everywhere, but I just want to be certain. Okay, so I'm very excited about our premiere of The Gamblers. And I'm excited for this new season and the things we will encounter and the excitement we're going to have, because we're going to have excitement. I don't know what all is going to happen in this season, but there is a lot on call. Actually, you know what? I don't know if we
Somebody's watching me.
I always feel that somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Whoa, I always feel that somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Hey, Polygeek, thank you for that follow. That makes me very happy. You know what? I think we might have to go and get transported back, because I don't think getting back the other way is going to be all that viable. Yeah, it looks like we might have to port back. I don't want to. You wasn't before. You know what? It's okay. I don't... Wait, is that a statue we can maybe look at and talk to? See, I just don't want to miss something good. Stone marker. Here's another. Look at that. See, there was a... I'm glad we walked back because we missed one, but I would like to translate it. I'm so glad. I didn't want to lose it. All right, one more. There's a few words in this one. Let's see, because I really think we're going to get a really good words here. Let's see. We have, of empresses, every dies person acts. There's some of these things we don't know yet. This here is empress. I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, it is not. This is temple, I think, because it's a location. Yeah, let's take this off. And let's put temple here. Location, temple. And we have like a forever. We have this funny symbol that we're not quite sure if it's source or person, what that is. We're still working on that one. This is... I think that may not be right. Dies. Some of these things are not exactly right, but I think we're going to at least get bits of it. What else do we have? We have something that's like life related. As Empress's something or other. Forever in something dies temple. This is not right, but that's okay. We need... I don't think this is right at all. We are missing some compounds. But we know this is wrong. We know this is wrong. We know it. But at least it should get us closer to What are we looking at? Yeah, this is wrong. We know that. Mistress, I do not think you have enough information to read this. Does as Empress's acts forever in acts person dies temple makes it? It does not. It really does not. Is this where all the emperors are buried? We need more words. Clearly, dies temple of dying graveyard. Maybe. Yeah, we need way more words for this, but that's okay. We will get them. Also, I just want to point out we got a brand new transcription that we would not have gotten. In next to forever. There's... Oh. I'm not going back across that, mistress. The odds of collapse multiply with every attempt. As Empress's words live forever, I suggest we use the hopper to return to the ship. Off you go, then. But I'll stay here. I'm going to poke a little bit. Just a little poking. But why, mistress? Why must you insist on tormenting me? I decide when we leave 6. I'm going to pull rank. Not you. Now, come on and stop complaining. We have to assert authority with our robot friend, who might actually be an emperor. What if our robot friend is an emperor? This is my question. What if that's what we have? What if the reason why 6 is so interesting in their opinions about poor people is because 6 was an emperor? What if that's the case? Right? It would make sense, right? Definitely a garden. Yep. This chamber was some form of arboretum. There are traces of a variety of plants here. Yeah? Let's go. Just doing the... I hope 6 isn't the ghost of an emperor, but I just feel like 6 might be some kind of ghost of an emperor in some way, but not remember it. Because oh, hey, remember these are our inscriptions that we cannot translate right now? I was hoping we might be able to translate them, but apparently not. I have a lot of questions, right? Like, what if 6 is an emperor? What if that's the case? And also, the reason why I didn't want to port back to the ship is I wanted to see the Empress again, so this goddess statue. I wanted to see if we had any more insights into her now that we have, see? If this place is a graveyard, see? This place is a graveyard. What does that make you, goddess? Goddess of death? That's why I wanted to come back this way. I've got it. She's a death goddess, welcoming people to the afterlife. And she's much older than everything else here. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. This is why you don't always listen to 6 who just wants to, like, take the easy way out. Now, let's... Why is the goddess covering her eyes, mistress? Death doesn't care what you look like. She doesn't need to see. It's hard to understand old symbols without their context. And this goddess is much older than the rest of this site. Yeah. Let's head for the ship 6. Did ancients make robots out of their former emperors on purpose to be guardians, or did I accidentally do that as an insult? That's a good question. Let's leave the moon. Stand still, mistress. And by the way, this is when we're going to do our... And so we left the surface of the graveyard of the emperors. This is where we do our giveaway and our outros, with enough information to locate a new site, the Withering Palace. Okay. There's a timeline, all this stuff. Let us continue. I have a lot of questions. We're going to do a giveaway. A lot of questions. We've done so much. Oh, you know what we were going to do? We were going to look at our inscriptions. We returned to the ship and sprang up into the water. We should sail to Iox and tell Mayari what we've seen. Should we? Should we? Should we? I don't know if we should. I don't know if that's true. A curious place, mistress. So much water. We are going to give away... I've got to see what is going to expire soon. If we could ship it, you would be very rich. We could make Elbereth bloom. Where are my giveaway codes? Maybe I could tell someone about the place. Well, that's nice and all, but boom. Wait, we might go back to our inscriptions, but we're gonna do our giveaway. So our giveaway, I've got to look at our I'm gonna look at our giveaway. We have what is going to expire. Okay, we have got June. Okay, so we've got a game called Chia. Chia. A little chia pet. Chia with a T. And what is this about? Let me see. So Chia is a action-adventure game developed by AceWeb, published by Kelper Interactive. The player controls the titular character as she explores a fictional archipelago inspired by New Caledonia. So that's the game we're going to be playing. It's a single-player action-adventure. And we're going to find out who gets to Chia. That is we're going to do 2 giveaways because we have to catch up on giveaways. We are way behind on giveaways. So our first winner is going to be Volus Dude for Chia. Let me know if that is good for you, Volus Dude. And also, I'm going to make sure I whisper to you sweet nothings. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to just whisper you, Volus, the code, congratulations, for Chia. And we have another one that we're going to give away. And it is going to be, let's see what it is. I need another one that's going to expire in January. Let's see. Let me know if it works. Can you read the game for someone else? Of course I can, Volus. Absolutely. No, Nightbot, I cannot win it because I cannot play it. It's not Mac compatible. Come on now. Volus, Nightbot really wants you to have it. I just thought I should share that with you. Oops. Hold on. I just put the code right there in chat. Look at me. Well, rigged. It is right in chat right now, the key. So somebody is, Roller, will you grab it? Grab it so that somebody grabs it. Please do so. Roller, take it. And then I will get the second one out there. Roller, let me know if you've taken it. The second one is going to be December 2024. Ooh, we have a couple there. Okay, so this one is going to be Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. You gotta move fast, Roller, before it's too late. Who knows what's going to happen? All right, we're going to do Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. And Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is, let's see, what does it say? Wrong one. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Action-adventure platform video game developed by Team Reptile. And you're a member of a youth gang, the Bomb Rush crew, as you use inline skates, skateboards, and bicycles to traverse the fictional city of New Amsterdam, spraying graffiti, challenging rebel gangs, and evading authorities to control all 5 boroughs of the city. It's a cel-shaded art style, music, general gameplay. It's very much Sega Dreamcast inspired situation. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. Sorry, Bomb Rush Cyberfunk is the game. And Krellin, how are you with Bomb Rush Cyberfunk would be my question. That's true, you did just get something. That is fair. That's fair. That is fair. So I will see. Winner. Nightbot is obsessed with you, Krellin. Just so you know. Also me. You can't. I don't count. You got it. Okay, good. Thank you, Roller. I don't think. Trig or treat. Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. How are you feeling, Trig? let me know, because I would like to whisper you this key for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. If that works for you, because I would like to do it. Oh, you don't think it's... Oh, my goodness. All right. Let me see. Let me see. My goodness. Let's see. Krellin. See how Nightbot is? Nightbot is exactly that way. Hold on. Let me see. Give me a second. Who's hanging out here? Nightbot is hell. I know. Sometimes you just can't, right? Krell's like, fine. Okay, Krellin, I'm sending it to you. And then, next Thursday, when we play Mutazione, we'll give away 2 other things. And that's just how that's going to work. Okay. Krellin, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now, before we leave, because we can, I just want to see if there's anything in our inscriptions. Oh, hey, look, we have some solvable inscriptions. This was a good thing. Peace, in peace we find peace. Look at that. I knew that we had something that we could solve. We have like a few moments. I think we give ourselves 10 minutes to look at some of these old inscriptions to see if they give us an insight, and then we go. We come in peace, we go in pieces. Yes. Because here's the thing, I think that as we learn, we keep getting a little bit better each time, you know? So here we have Empress. We are thinking maybe buried, because this is like location, strong, no movement. I think that's buried. I think we're good with that one. You want to give it about rollerblades and bombs, werewolf? Hey, werewolf, how you doing? We're about ready to go. We thought we would. I think this is follow. I do feel pretty good about that, because we know it's not toward. Yeah, I think that's follow. I feel like we're at actually a pretty good space with some of these things. All pilgrims together. We're pretty certain that's together, actually. So, because we were told that of together, of right. Follow star's light. Verb into star's light, probably, because that makes more sense. Yes. Feeling good about this. Pilgrims. No, that's not 4, right? It's are we going with follow? Is that what we're doing? This is follow. Verb of movement, follow. I feel like we're making some progress here. I fear stranger. So this is, again, this is like verb anti-life. This is like dead, right? It's like verbing dead. Verbing dead connected to verbing thinking. That must be fear, right? Too many unplayed games. And this is person, not person. So not, basically, it's a person who's not a friend, it's a stranger. Absolutely. I'm feeling really good about this. I feel like we are like, I knew it. I knew that we were sort of in a good space here. Water goddess blesses Ooh. Uh, so fire? I don't know. I do not know. It's not harvest. It's not these, because that doesn't make any sense. It's either a field or fire, but it's over a hearth, so we're going to stick with fire. The dagger gives Emperor, protects us all. That's a verbing for home. I think that's definitely protects. I think that we're actually pretty good with some of these. Water joins us. I believe we know that that is joins. I believe they told us that. Well, it's related to connects, right? It's related to connects. So I think we're good there. We've got this goddess bless. Yeah, this is the one we actually don't know what that one symbol means. We don't know. We're really guessing on this one. It's not you, I don't think. Goddess, I mean, I suppose it could be goddess bless you, but that doesn't really make sense for the other things. We think it's sort of like source. It could be, yeah, this is very unclear. It's very unclear what this one is. We have to find out more. Welcome, water's light. Yes, because we have water, and this is the possessive, like, of water. Absolutely. There's a lot of water imagery in this culture. Very important. Yeah, no, there's a lot of water imagery. Like, everything, like, water is also the stars in the sky. So garden holds you. This is, again, we're not 100% certain, right? This is a little bit unclear, but it's a location that has this. It could be source. Let's go with source holds you. I still am not 100% certain about this one, to be honest. But to be fair, a lot of cultures form around moving water, but the theme is, it is very heavy because they also use water for the sky. Yeah, this is our animal thing, right? This, I think, is very much I believe we know that this is a songbird, so, or do we? I think we do. Because I don't think it's, yeah, no, yeah. We're sticking with that one. Together, we are strong. Yeah, no, I think this is together we are strong. That doesn't make, it makes no sense to me any other way. We are what we do. This is a do verb, so definitely this is the case. Carry this load. Noun. Yeah, absolutely this is load. This is absolutely what that is. Also, what kind of groceries did you get? Strong as a rock. Strong is our descriptor. Adjective. Right, basically of or like a rock. Right, strong. Carry crystals from metal's eye. This one I'm still a little bit like, I feel like this is crystals, because it's basically like the stars of rock, which would be crystals. This here is a little unclear to me, because again, it's got the kind of rock, and it's got the location. It's like, I think it's like the source of, I think this must be in some way metal. So I think it's source. Yeah, and I think goddess, and I think this is source. Plants. Don't think this is woman. Let's go with maybe plants. Again, this is a little unclear to me, but we're trying to figure out this. Oh, just some frozen meat, dog food, toothpaste, coconut. Ooh, coconut milk, bottle of melatonin. Refilling the basics. Yeah, yeah. There is something in here that we're not 100% on yet. I think we'll get there, but I don't think we're there yet. Temple of goddesses. So here's a good thing to think about. This is either temple or palace. This is the location of the emperor, which could be a palace, but the emperors are also thought of as being sort of divine, so it could be a temple. But let's say palace of, and this is the opposite of a traitor, right? So this is, we've got the symbol for traitors in there. But this has also got time, like a timelessness, person timeless, and verb person with trust. So if it's an animal, serpents would make sense, but that also fits better with the eye. Yeah, we'll come back to that. So this could be, so I think this is either princes or soldiers, but it has got the time on it. Palace of, let's go with Palace of Princes, I guess. Let's go with that. Could be soldiers. This one here. Carry crystals from Serpent's Eye. It's got the symbol thing. Then it's got maybe plants. But I'm worried about the location and strong. So let's go with that for the moment. Yeah, I think princes, this could indicate a future trusted person to be. Oh, could be. Yeah. That makes sense, actually. Lance is located, could be a serpent in the grass. Yeah. Drown yourself in this cup. So this is verb. This is the verb to die, but with water, which I think is drown. Right? And then this is a noun with a verb and water, which I think is cup. That's the only thing that really makes sense. Found a book bound in wood filled with minute characters. Trace the emperor's graveyard. Never be a traitor in your heart. We changed this recently, and I think we're right about this. This is our dented lamp. I will never leave here. So this is a verb with motion, and so we have the thing separate, which I think this is leave. I think this is leave. Golden pen. Story will be told. I think that makes sense. Story will be told. Story will be told. We think that's buried, right? If that is buried... hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. If this is story, this is from a pen, which is a noun with this kind of six and a thing. If this is a story and this is told, because now you're giving the story outwards, right? So we're thinking about words. If this is the case, if this is story will be told, then I bet this is not, this doesn't make sense necessarily for this to be buried. It makes sense that maybe it's banished. Right? Because when you do a banishment, you tell someone something. You tell them they have to leave. Empress banished. I think it's robots. I think it's robots. I think it's the Empress banished robots. Right? We're trying to get that in there. So this is a book of words of love. Do we think that is correct? This is a noun of telling, not telling, I think that's words. Book of words of love. I think that makes sense. But this is telling us something about, there's this thing that happens in the language quite often where you'll have a symbol negated symbol by symbol. And I would like to know a little bit more of what it means to have the same symbol twice connected by a negation. I don't quite know what that means yet, but that means something. Find noun of speaking but not spoken. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, noun of speaking but not spoken. The word, yeah. So find path of fire path. So we have the option of find, this is a noun. Find haven of fire haven, find line of fire line, find dream of fire dream. This is either a field or fire. Again, it's unclear. I think it's – Field path doesn't make it field path. Field. This is movement. Robot could be a servant if we're going to animal and work. Yeah, I think so, right? Oh, that's a good point about Jer. So we have this. We have a noun that's got movement in it, and that other thing at the end, that outward thing, haven, dream, line. I don't think dream or haven makes any sense. Path makes sense to me. Line could make sense. I wonder if the 9 backward comma from the middle symbol is a material element. Yes, this is my feeling too. It's like a material element maybe, or this is like a noun and then, but there's something about this too, right? This is a very similar construction, right? We have like rock. This could be wind, we're not certain. Or a noun that is not something tangible, right? It could be something like that, a noun that's not something tangible. So the find something of something something. This is on a chart of the clouds. So this is on a chart of the clouds. It's kind of a map that we're looking at. But a rock is tangible. Yes, you're right. Maybe it's something elemental. So if it's something elemental, but this is a chart of the clouds. We found this, it's a star chart, right? So it's haven, not heaven. Line, dream. Clouds are dreamy. Does dream have motion? Are dreams motion-like? Could be line. Find line of the fire line makes no sense to me. Of the field line, of the these line, that makes no... Also, these makes no sense. I don't think it could be these at all. So we have the word peace. Okay, so we have the word peace, and we know that peace is correct. And peace does have that little... I do think line or path of these options. Yeah, I think so too. So if we look at the word peace that we have, right? The word peace has got the double S on it. And that is... The word peace has got location, X, and verb, person, something. If that is fire, like a person on fire, and there's like a location that's not that, I feel like that seems like peace, right? Like fire could be like, because field makes no sense, right? That makes no sense to me. Could it, like, because that's the anger, like a person on fire could be angry, and so this is like a negation of that, so that could be peace, so that makes sense. And if angry is like related to fire, I feel like this should still be fire, but this path thing is very, it's getting me. He seems like a location with no bad things to be, like instead of a word of one word, it's a compound. Yeah, and that little dot means it's kind of compoundy. So I feel like this is fire. It feels to me like this is fire. Makes sense. But we're basically looking at find. This is on a chart though. Is the dot we're hypothesizing having the features of? Oh, right. A person having the features of fire, which is could be like anger, right? Right. That's right. We want to sort of do an opposite of that. So again, I just feel like find field of the fire field, but also we don't have that. So this word and this word are the same. Haven, dream, line. Find. Okay, hold on. Haven is port. Line, dream, wish. Could be port. Find port of the fire port. A port is like a movement thing. It could be port. Also, is it like a hearth, right? And we did see it in the hearth thing. So let's go find haven of the fire haven. Still don't feel great about it, but yeah, because we actually, yeah, and we had this at the hearth thing. So what gods do not know is not. Yeah. See, I would expect it too, which is why I'm feeling like a little bit weird about it. I actually think all of this is correct. I also would think of like a little location symbol. I see, Trig, I was feeling the same way about that, which is why path or line felt better to me. Also, it is a chart. So we're going to go back to path. We'll come back to it. And then this is found on a smoky metal lantern. Yeah, I just feel like it's more likely to. Smoky metal lantern. I give you my heart. So this is the one where we don't have, which is give. And what we have here is a verb of movement, person, and that symbol over there that we also see in friend, which is I don't think it's speak. We don't have any of the kind of speaky things in there. I don't. I think this is give. This just feels like you're verbing of movement to a person, right? That feels like I give you my. I just think this is give. I think that's what this is. I think we're good about that. Pray and love your people. I think this has to be pray because it is verb speak to goddess. That's pray. Could be show. And this is people. I just think that's exactly what this is. I show you my heart. Show. Lead. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I think it might be show because lead has movement in it. So it's also interesting that show and lead are placed together, which, yeah, I think it might be show because it's also a lantern. Yeah, Jer, you are correct. You are correct. Yes. Yes. Gave the chart to Tappy, swapped for devotional icon. Yeah, that's show business, baby. Find path of fire path. Oh, yeah, that's the one we're still kind of like irritated with. This is reveal your loyalty for the Emperor. Reveal your loyal. Okay, so here we have again. Actually, isn't this the same word as show? Reveal show? Yes. Reveal. Yes, I love it. Reveal your. Here's the word. Is this loyalty? So what we have is love, heart, compound word, something heart. And then we have the symbol for all in there. Yeah, this has to be loyalty, right? Yes. It isn't a noun, though, but it's an upside-down noun symbol. What does the upside-down noun symbol mean? Loyalty makes sense there. All the love in your heart kind of thing, yes. But I think we should note this upside-down noun symbol to see what we can think about what that might mean. We'll just ponder that. Close your eyes and listen. Upon lead, speak. Well, we don't think it's lead because we've seen that before. This is like a negation. I think this is close. I think this is close. We've got our sort of... I think this is close. I mean, it could be upon. No, that makes no sense. Close your eyes and listen. This is a bell. Sensing, compound with kind of upwards. Could be sing. Watch. Except that is a compound word. Right? That's the funky thing about this, is we've got this kind of funky... Well, what does sing say? Shout. Stay, say, speak. It's a bell. Okay. We've got this sort of noun with upward and upward, and then we have this sort of this might be sing, shout, because upward is like more volume. Let's do that because I think that might be better. I feel like we're just getting much better with this language. Dead will deceive you. Yeah. Yeah. This is from the graveyard. Dead will, and I think this is deceive, falsehood. I'm feeling... I don't think that's talk, because there's a negation there. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I think we're good here. Watch being related could suggest taking in through a sense, so listen would track. Right, it would. Close your eyes. I'm just thinking about the fact that we have this up. Do you know what I mean? And so we seem to have... Yeah. Emperor sees through every falsehood. Through... Emperor sees only through. At through? No, I think this is through. The question mark 9 relates to thoughts. Yes, thoughts are perceptions in some kind of a way. Or like some kind of... we had words there as well. So it seems to be like that is related to thoughts. Oh, this is a thing we can't really translate yet. Well, they don't think we can translate this at all, which is fine. Palace? We'll give it a go. I don't think we can get anywhere just yet, but the reason why I don't think we can get anywhere is because I think this is a compound word, palace people. Like, I think it's monk or something. We just don't have the... We don't have the words for it yet. So this one here is point your prow for home. Actually, I think we're good for this one. Oh, was that temple, not palace? Well, that's actually a good question. Let's see. Emperor strong as palace heart. Faded freeze. We have emperor strong act of palace. Yeah, we don't have temple. We don't have that as an option. Emperor, palace, right. So I don't think we have the option to put that in there. But hey, you know, people could be rather, it could be emperor people, which I don't think it is. I think it's not that. I think we did palace last time, but if we had this, because like, what is the dot? Yeah, this is a thing that we haven't, I just don't think we have the words for this one yet. I do not think we have, I don't think we have the words. I think there's some compound words that we don't actually have access to just yet. And I think that's why we can't do this one. This is my thought. But something is heart and something like, because this is like, that next to it is like the of location. Like, we've got some words in here. Strong. See, it's like, it's this little comma, these little things that says to me that we have not all of the right... We don't have the words we need yet, is what I think. I would like to have them, but I just don't think we have them yet. I think there's some compound words we're just not ready for yet. Point your prow for home. I feel like that's good. Oh, this is another one we don't actually have the words for, I don't think. There are a lot of options. Ooh. See, this is again a set of these compound words, and I think that what's going on is we don't actually have the compound words for them. But I do think that's friend. We've got, again, this sort of like fire thing, but it's another compound. Peace. My friend. Peace, my friend. Maybe I wonder if we could get this one. So something, we have, this is a compound word that has star and that kind of thought thing in it, which sleep. Sleep, something, peace, my friend. Yeah, so I think we don't yet have in sleep in peace, my friend. Hey. Because these are fragments, that might mean that not all of our are not all of our because they're fragments, not all the symbols, we might not be able to use all of the symbols. Everybody, I would like to note that we did that. I feel very good about it. Okay, hold on. I think we have to go back to one where we just found another one, everybody. I don't know if we actually solved it, but we did that one, right? Rest here and be safe. Yes. Hold on. I actually think they didn't. I think they bumped us back too far. Silver Bell, Twisted Tree, Eagle Carving. Yeah, we did that. We did that. Emperor Seas. We know this one. I think this is good. The Freeze we can't solve yet. Ornamental Wooden Shard. We have looked at that one. I think we're almost... We just got a new one. I feel really good about where we're at. The Sundial. Sleep now, for tomorrow you work. Right. I think that's tomorrow, right? Because this is... Okay, so nothing else really makes a lot of sense besides tomorrow. So I think this is definitely tomorrow. The sundial, right? On the sundial. But it might not be work. I think that's transplanting into... Oh! Polygeek just said, oh, on the sundial, if that is the statement, transplanted robots makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense, actually. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I do think that's tomorrow, and I think you're right about robots. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Or it could be machine, though, actually. Right? It could be machine, because work is like a... So for now you get arrested, and then we bring you back and make you a work kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. This could be a machine, but it does have movement, which means I think it's work. It just doesn't have the verb symbol on it. So that's a little bit weird, because very often we have our verbs have the little kind of double comma, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Rest here and be safe. I think that makes sense. Our battered brass compass. Stars above and wind below. That makes a lot of sense to me as well. I absolutely think, again, the backwards comma I think is interesting, but yeah. Work like a noun, though. Yes, I think maybe you're right. Work like a noun. I think that's correct, right? I think there's something in there. Yeah, he's getting some work done. Yeah, I think so. And when it comes to these things, I think this has to be wind, because wind moves. I think so. We don't have much left. Okay. I sail dead river of sleep. I think this is a bit iffy, but maybe not. So this is like, again, this is like verb movement, noun movement, which I think has to be sail. Yeah, I think that has to be sail, because this is and. I sail. So this is, I think this has to be dead. This is water and noun movement above, which I think is river, because it's a noun. I sail dead river of sleep. I think that's river of sleep 100%, because I don't think... It doesn't make sense for it to be anything else. Yeah, I think we're good there. This is... Oh, this is one we actually haven't tried before, though. Wind, water, tracks, river, right? Water movement. I think so, too. So this is a gravestone that we did not get. We have maybe we remember. We've got some other things here that we may not be able to respond to because we may not have the words for it. This looks like you, but that's a little bit weird because we're missing a symbol. We have R, and then we have lose. We remember. Oh, not you. Okay. Oh, okay. We remember something. It's not. Okay, that's fine. We remember something. R. And let's go back to loses, which I don't think is completely right. Not loses. Great. Feeling good about this. We remember something. There's no space for goddess. We already have used we've used remember. R. The only thing we have is this act / do. Certainly not that. Okay. We remember R. That's really, I just don't think we have, I don't think we have anything else we can do here, right? No. The 21st night, do you remember? It could be act instead of remember. Could be. Let's see. Well, no, we don't have any act in here at all, but we could put goddess in here. I think that's going to, oh, it's not goddess. I knew it was. I think it's we remember, and I just don't think we have the words for the rest of it. I think that's the problem, that this is all we've got, and I don't think we can solve it because I think that's all we have. I do think that this is right, but I think we just don't know what those other words are, and we need to find them. But I feel good about this. Sleep in peace forever, my friend. Yes. This is clearly forever because it's all time. Feel good about that. And this is, oh, this is one we have to solve still. Okay. This is our last one, right? Dies. This is one we still don't know about. Plants or source. Very unclear. Dies palace is probably like a graveyard, right? Forever. In. Death palace. I don't think we have this. Could be act instead of remember? It could be. Empress. Again, I don't know about plants. I have some questions about all of that. Do we have as? Okay. Could be the people or all of you instead of you, and those who are lost gone of loses. We remember all of you who are lost. Polygeek, that feels right to me, but I think we must have. We'll have to go back to it, just see if there's something we can do there. I don't know if we have enough for this. We have things that are similar, but this is our verb situation, and I just don't think this is going to do it. And I really have questions about plants, but we are definitely not solving this at the moment. That's okay. That is fine. And we're just trying to put these complex, like these are like compound words that are not coming together. I just don't think we have the words yet for this. Like, this is like life, and I don't think we have that. So I just don't think we have it. We have to get more words still. That's okay. Because we are going to end our stream. That's it. This is us. So as Empress lives forever, something dies in the palace. Something like this, right? There's like, you know, when you're sitting, you're like, oh man, I feel like this might be live or life. I feel like that's what that word means, but we just don't have the pieces yet. Thanks for the headaches. I think we did an amazing job today. We got a lot of words in. We've got a lot of mystery. I think we're really working out some more about this language, and I'm really excited. So let's talk about where you can, we live, we die, we live again. Hey, Artie. So let me tell you where you can find me next. And this is today is what, Saturday? So tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern will be the very first session of the very first cycle of Roleplay Reflect. The cycle one is The Expanse, GM'd by Laugh Love Lindy, where we're going to make up characters for the new edition of The Expanse. So come and find this wonderful, cool stream on my channel, Wandering DM's channel, Laugh Love Lindy's channel, or High Shelf Collective, because we will be co-streaming it on all 4 channels, and the chat will be combined, and that will be very cool. And that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then next week, you can find me on Thursday here for Mutazione at 6 p.m. Eastern. Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel will be episode 2 of the brand new season of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drynecks campaign. And then Saturday here at 1 p.m. Eastern will be another session of Heaven's Vault, where we may or may not continue to avoid our advisor. I know they want us to go there. Like, I know it. I'm sure we'll get more words. I just have a lot of trepidation about my robot telling my advisor everything that has happened, including about the crown, and I just don't know if it's a good idea. I just don't know if it's a good idea to see my advisor before we get as much information as possible. Like, you don't want to go to your advisor when you haven't actually done all your citations yet and have them yell at you. I mean, I'm just saying. Ugh, my goodness. The Expanse old version is so good. I'm excited to hear what the new version is like. I heard they improved spaceship combat werewolf, so I'm really excited about that. Artie's like, yeah, my sleeping schedule is horribly out of whack. I'm trying to get my sleeping schedule on whack. It's getting better. It's getting better. This game makes me feel a bit like Picard at El Aldrel. Oh, Polygeek, yes. Also, Polygeek Trigger. I hope all of you, Werewolf, I hope all of you can come next Saturday, because if you don't mind me saying, also, all of y'all, um, I really enjoy playing this game with you all. I, how do I put this? Okay, I'm going to tell you all something. It's about me. I get good sleep, and yet I still get sleepy in the afternoons. I don't get it. Yeah. Usually when I'm up, I don't get sleepy, but I just need more sleep. It's all about like how long. It's about what if I don't get enough sleep, I tend to get sneezy in the morning when when I wake up. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something about myself that I learned through a somewhat unfortunate situation. Not like it wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best. Uh, I had a friend, and I was like, "Hey, friend, uh, let's go watch a movie together." And they're like, "Sure." And then at some point in time, I realized that this friend liked to show me movies that they liked, but never wanted to see movies that I liked. And and I was like, but," and they were like, "Yeah, why don't you just tell me what movies you want me to watch, and I'll just watch them on my own, and then we can talk about it later." I was like, "Right, but every time we have a movie night, I watch your movies, and you never watch my movies. And when you watch them later, you say you like them, but we never watch them together." And I'm having feelings about that. And they're like, "Well, yeah, I just don't like watching movies with people." And I was like, "But we watch movies together all the time. They're just your movies." Anyway, they're like, "But I don't see what the difference is." Anyway, this is what I figured out. What I figured out was that for me, a really core part of many experiences is sharing it with somebody. I really enjoy sharing experiences with people. And I had a conversation with somebody else who was like, "I am very independent and I like doing everything on my own." And I was like, "Right, but I actually like doing things with people." They're like, "That makes you dependent on other people." I was like, "I don't think it does, because I can do things by myself, and I do. It's just that it's much nicer if I have a really nice meal, if somebody else had that really nice meal and we can talk about it. Be like, wasn't that a really great meal? Like, that was. What did you like about it?" Right? And I realized that it is uh, even like, I mean, this all part of how my family works. Like, in my family, we'd always eat dinner together. We'd always like share things together. That it is part of my process is to share things, experiences with people. And so while I could play this game by myself alone, right? And I'm sure I would enjoy it. But I really enjoy playing it with you all. And I have to tell you, whenever I read your comments, you give me things to think about, and I really love that. And I really love the sense that I'm getting, and I don't know how true this is, but it's the sense that I'm getting, is that you are all working through this with me, that we're doing it together as a team. And I really, really like that feeling. I like when I tell you something, you're like, oh, that makes sense. And then you tell me something, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And you're like, oh, wait, there was that thing that you said, like, there was that other inscription. You should go back to that one and see that one. I was like, oh, you're right. I really like it when we can sit there and think about it together. It really is something that makes the experience richer and better for me. And it's something that I really enjoy. Um, yeah, yeah. Trig's like, I enjoy it too. Oh gosh, yes. I'm enjoying this game, but I'm not buying it so I can join in the discussion here. Oh, yes, that's true. The whole rugged individual thing is quite a thing. Artie, yes, yes it is. I will just tell you this one thing. I was talking to somebody who was like, I think it's really important not, what was it? We were having a conversation about self-reliance. Crown says, when I make a guess in chat, it's always an honest guess. I try to make sure I say I know a spoiler before. Yeah, and that's how I am too. And for me, if I really like the experience of us all trying to guess together and work it out together. Spoilers are different because it's sort of like, well, but then we're not doing the same process. But somebody was saying that like they thought it was really important never to be really self-reliant and independent because they don't think it's good to be dependent on people or to be reliant on people. And I thought about that for a moment. And I said, so you don't think it's good to be reliant on people, you don't to rely on people or depend on people? And they're like, no. Uh, And I said, Polygus, yeah, yeah. I think we often confuse valuing togetherness with dependence, with codependence, with problematic codependence. Yes, yes, yes. I like doing things with people back when I did things with people, but it is a good thing. It's a good thing I enjoy doing things on my own. Do they have rich parents? Yeah. But also, again, I like doing things on my own too, right? I certainly can enjoy doing things on my own. But I was thinking about the words we were using, right? So Werewolf says, I just love sitting down and tackling problems with people. Me too. To be honest, I don't really love creative work or problem solving alone. I have some games that you can problem solve alone, but I really like doing it with other people. So I was thinking about how they were thinking of dependent and reliant as bad, depending and relying is bad. But I was thinking, it just sort of hit me. It was like, but the word dependable and reliable is good, right? We think it's good to be dependable and we think it's good to be reliable. But then you're saying that it's not good to depend on other people or rely on other people. So you don't want anybody else to be dependable or reliable? That doesn't seem healthy. That doesn't seem healthy at all. That seems quite unhealthy, actually, to sort of say that you want to be dependable and reliable, but you don't ever want to depend or rely on people. But we live in a society. Like I have to rely on doctors if I get sick. I have to, you mean like I have to rely on the bus driver to get me from like you know what I mean? Like mm, mm, see what I'm saying? Uh, Werewolf says, I think working alone has its benefits, absolutely, but bouncing off ideas with other people, thereby narrowing your thoughts to focus better, the good stuff. And also collaborating, right? Artie says, I didn't finish that because I am my own on my own pretty much all the time, so most of the time I don't have an option. Yes, right. And the thing is, I think it's important to be able to be on your own, right? And I think it is important to be able to do things on your own. But I think the idea that you always want to be an that you never want to have anybody help you. I just don't think that's healthy. Do you know what I'm saying? That you think there's great value in never ever letting anybody help you, but you do help other people. That seems unbalanced, is what that seems like. Uh, Polygeek says, we are social creatures. We only survived by being able to rely on each other. We need our solo time, for sure, but I really think relational togetherness is a core part of our being as individuals and as a species, even like conceptually, right? Krell says, humans are at our best as a group. We didn't conquer the world by being individually strong and mighty. Almost every animal on Earth is physically superior to us. That is true. We conquered the world by working together better than all of those others. Absolutely. And side note, before I leave, there's this book by William McNeill called Keeping Together in Time. And it's one of these big history books that people will often dismiss because they're like, I don't think you can prove that. That's too big of an idea. But he basically argued that it spoke to me actually from my experience, and also I used that book in one of my papers that I've not yet published that I should, about military cadence. I have a lot to say about military cadence singing, because there's a lot you can say about it, because they're all really different kinds of cadences that do different things and say different things. Not the point. Anyway, he was saying that in his argument, he says that one of the things that helped to yes and Krellin, one of the things that helped us survive as a species was that we kept together in time. Is that we coordinated ourselves, and he was talking about military drill, obviously, but not just military drill, also dance, ritual, um, all sorts of ways in which we move together in time, that we coordinate our actions with each other, and that sort of the act of being able to coordinate your actions in time um, is what helped us succeed. And he used a very obvious example to start off with, which was like military stuff, that like before militaries did drill and kept together in time, they were a lot more chaotic and were not as successful than when they were able to coordinate. But he also moved it to like dance and ritual and all these other things. And he said this thing in the very beginning of the book, which I thought was really telling. He said, most academics do not write about this sort of like group togetherness because many academics just don't feel comfortable with group togetherness. And uh, it makes them distrustful. And so we often then don't study this enough because our mind tends to be like, oh, group togetherness, that's fascism, always fascism. It's like, but there's a lot of different ways to do group togetherness, which doesn't have to be that. And I think a lot about this because I think about symphonies or string quartets or all these sort of different ways of performing sports or music or dance or all these things where you actually do need to coordinate with each other. But I do think that there is a kind of a dis distrust of that kind of group togetherness. And as an outsider who was bullied, I certainly had it growing up. Like I didn't trust group togetherness because I was always on the outside. I was like, I don't trust this. It's a cult. But actually, I don't think it's necessarily fair to frame all group togetherness as bad. I mean, it certainly can be, but also like pathological aloneness can also be bad, right? And I do think he was right that there's not enough studying of group togetherness. Anthropology will do it sometimes, but anyway, it was very interesting, and I use it to talk about military cadence in one of my books. Oh, that was good. Artie says, also the people saying you have to be self-sufficient are the ones that have massive help. But they say that so people don't ask them or expect. Artie, the person I'm talking about, has quite a lot of money at this point in time. And I'm like, well, of course you can be self-sufficient but actually, can I just say, Artie, to like, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm disagreeing with them, but I'm using what you said as the means to do that. If you have money so you can pay everybody to do things for you, you actually aren't self-sufficient because there are still other people involved, right? Like to say I don't rely on anyone because I can buy it all myself, does that mean you're not thinking of the people that you're buying things from as people? Like, I mean, if there weren't people going to sell things to you, you wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you're actually not by yourself even then, right? I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Werewolf says, just for that, I'm going to conquer the world alone. Just me in a trillion years. Like, yes. Polygeek says, like walking songs and other. Yes, exactly, Polygeek. Walking songs, working songs. When people have to like till the fields and they sing like threshing songs, all those things are ways in which people are able to motivate each other and keep each other moving. And there's a lot of that, like, or protest songs even, right? Protest songs and chants. All that stuff, hymns, choral works, all those things are ways of keeping together in time that sort of do important work for us societally, right? Um, yeah, good luck getting inside the hot dying embers of the sun. That's Krellin. Polygeek says, and reels and jigs. Yes, reels and jigs and shanties and says all of that. Yes, are all based on coordinating action through song rhythm. Like, how important are sea shanties? Sea shanties are so important, especially when, or like when you were going back to the triremes, the ships where you had to like row those big Greek ships with all the oars, when you all had to coordinate that or else it was just not going to work, right? There are all those ways in which, or crew, like all that, there's so much of that, right? Yeah. Werewolf says, also how we use group storytelling to teach. Absolutely. Absolutely. Or like in early storytelling plays, epic poems, there would be call and responses with group responses. Absolutely. Werewolf says they also tend to be the same people who find value and trust in the current social order. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I feel that if you're paying them, you aren't relying depending. I guess they feel that. Yeah. But you know what though? I don't think Trig, yes, I think that's what they're thinking. But I sort of feel like, I guess I've not felt that way because if I'm paying somebody to do something, and they don't do it, I'm screwed over, right? Like I actually do need them to do the thing. So I actually am relying on them to do the thing. And also I also appreciate that they're doing the thing. Like just because I'm paying them doesn't mean I own them or something. Like they're still doing the thing. Like it's like if you commission an artist, right? If I commission an artist because I do not have the time to do the art myself, well, I'm still relying on them or depending on them, right? And also I should be very thankful that they did it. Like I'm always very thankful when someone says, "Yes, I'll take this commission from you," and "Yes, I will do this," and then they do that when they do the work, and like that's very. I mean, yes, I'm also paying them, but like not everything's about money. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I feel like just feel like not everything's about money. That must be a strange thing to say if you're in a transaction, but I kind of just feel like they're still people. Do you know what I mean? Like, and like I still am because they didn't have to do that. I guess you know. And Tree's like, yeah, I don't agree with you either. I just, yeah, I think, but I, yeah. And Artie's like, the amount of mental gymnastics needed to justify their belief in that being self-sufficient is wild. Yeah, yeah. Werewolf is like, there's also, I'm thinking of the people who compare AI to marginalized peoples. Oh, yeah. They think they absolutely see other people as people. Unfortunately, they also see people as tools. Yes, yes, yes. Polygeek says, what's funny to me is that a transactional reliance feels almost more dependent on other people. Oh, yeah, because you need them to accept your money for
Name
the
game.
service. Yes. Oh, Jaeger ate Larson. You know what this means. We're going to sing. First off, thank you so much for those gift subs, Jaeger, and we're going to sing as our outro, and I'm so excited by this. Um, yeah, because you need to accept your money for their service rather than them offering it as a kindness or a social expectation. Maybe those still under development. Yes, yes, Polygeek, I totally see what you're saying. Like, you're more insecure, right? Like, I think that, yeah, if somebody does something because they have to, not because they want to, the minute they don't have to, they're not going to. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the, what I think it's that whole is it better to be loved or feared? That thing. And the thing is, if you're loved, they're not going to stab you. If they fear you, they might just stab you. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I was heading off. Yes. Okay, Jaeger 8 Larson, thank you so much for those gift subs. But what happens when we get gift subs or any subs is that I sing, and I am going to sing right now. What my sing is the name game. Jaeger Larson, the name game, and also Jaeger. I'm going to also sing for you as well. The name game. Come on, everybody. I said, now let's play a game. I bet you I can make a rhyme out of anybody's name. The first letter of the name. I treat it like it wasn't there. And then a B or an F. On M will appear. And then I say Bo at a B. Then I say the name. Then banana, fanner, and foe. Then I say the name again with an F very plain. Then a fee, fi, and a mo. Then I say the name again with an M this time. And there isn't any name that I can't rhyme. Salixin, 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 Bobalixin, Banana, Fana, Fophalixin, Fee, Fi, Momalixin. Salixin, Polygeek, 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 Bobalygeek, Banana, Fana, Fophaligeek, Fee, Fi, Momalygeek. Polygeek, Paladin Hulk. Paladin Hulk, Paladin Hulk, Bobaladin Hulk, Banana Fana, Fophaldin Hulk, Fee, Fi, Momaladin Hulk. Paladin Hulk, Virus. Virus, Virus, Bovirus, Banana Fana, Fophirus, Fee, Fi, Momirus. Virus, Ooh, this is 54 Aqua Snakes. Okay. But if the first two letters are ever the same, I drop them both and say the name. I like Bob. Bob drop the B's, Bo, Ob, or Fred. Fred drop the F's, Fo, Red, or Mary. Mary drop the M's, Mo, Airy. That's the only rule that is contrary. 54 aqua snakes, 54 aqua snakes, 54 aqua snakes, Bo 54 octave snakes, banana pennant, 54 aqua snakes, fee 5, Mo 54 aqua snakes. 54 aqua snakes. I like desks. I like this. I like this. But I like desks. Banana fan of I like desks. Fee fi mo my like desks. I like desks. Vancouver by night. Vancouver by night, Vancouver by night, banana fana, fo, Vancouver by night, fee, fi, mo, Vancouver by night. Vancouver by night, Hey, Alexander Griffin. Hey, Alexander Griffin, hey, Alexander Griffin, bo, bay, Alexander Griffin, banana fana, fo, fe, Alexander Griffin, fee, fi, mo, may, Alexander Griffin. Hey, Alexander Griffin, Baldwin. Baldwin, bo, Alwyn, banana fana, fo, Fallwin, fee, fi, mo, Malwin. Baldwin, Artie snack. Artie snack, mo party snack, banana fanta for party snack, fee fi mo marty snack. Artie snack, And because you got all those gift subs, Jaeger 8 Larson. Jaeger 8 Larson, mo bigger 8 Larson, banana fanta for figure 8 Larson, fee fi mo meager 8 Larson. Jaeger 8 Larson, The name game. Woo! Thank you for those gift subs. That was awesome. Yeah, such a lovely man. And the university is currently not on fire. Very cool. I'm currently struggling with Chekhov. Ooh, Chekhov. Nice. You know, not from Star Trek. I have wanted to see, Diana Rigg was in The Cherry Orchard, and I would love to get a copy of that. If there's a copy somewhere out there to watch, I would love to do that. We should, I need to go and I need to plan some time stuff so we can all hang out together. In Norwegian. Ooh. Oh, nice. Oh, gosh. We do have to watch out for Chekhov scum. That's true. All right, my friends, I'm going to go. I'm going to go and have another donut and prepare for another stream that I have coming up. And yes, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you. We're going to do a raid is what we're going to do. We're going to hit a raid and we're going to see who's up so we can give them love because we want to pass along our love to the peoples. Let's go and give love to, I think we should go to, okay, hear me out. Domestic Dan. Domestic Dan is, doing some cooking. And I think we should say hey to Domestic Dan. So let's go and give Domestic Dan some love. And then, that'll be it. Here is our raid command. Let's give Domestic Dan some love. And I will see you all. It looks like it. And I will see you all tomorrow, everybody. I will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everybody.